solutions on Boulders blockchain. He is the CEO and the founder of Boulders, and he shall be speaking to us from his base over the virtual space. Please put your hands together as we receive Ronald Lee. Due to a technical glitch, we'll have to just fill in with, I want to engage one or two persons. I know that this blockchain, cryptocurrency, and artificial intelligence began to become a buzz in Nigeria there about 2016, 2017. I think it heightened in 2017 because of the eventual rally in price of the most popular of all the cryptos, Bitcoin. So people were delving into this space basically because of Bitcoin, not necessarily knowing what the blockchain technology was all about. But it has become all-encompassing today. We now see that the blockchain technology is not only about cryptocurrencies or only about buying a digital asset, hoping that it rallies in price, you bail out. It has become quite vast. But I would like to ask anyone who is willing to engage to share very briefly, while we are getting that technical queued in, what you have benefited so far. That is, if you've been participating in this ecosystem, what you've benefited so far, whether as a blockchain project or your involvement in cryptos, or even in artificial intelligence, whatever it is. Is there anyone who is willing to take a go? Anyone from the audience? This conference is a participatory one, not just one for attendance. Okay, please. Do I have an usher who can help me roll with one of the mics? Please, thank you. There's a hand from the third row in the, okay, yeah. The man standing. Would appreciate if you let us know who you are. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Ahmed Abdul Momin, and I am a system analyst in an IT company. So I'll just talk briefly about the cryptocurrency, the Bitcoin in particular. So I've been on the Bitcoin trading since 2017. So then we didn't really, then I would just say Bitcoin was about maybe 900 or 1 million naira then, worth. So we were doing mining on Bitcoin. So there are several platforms where you can mine, and that's what we've been doing, not even knowing that the Bitcoin will today become a huge and something everybody will invest on. So around 2019, I registered on Luno. So Luno is a platform, it's a wallet where you can trade Bitcoin, you can deposit, you can withdraw. So I registered the Luno Bitcoin wallet, and that's where I keep my Bitcoin. So at times I buy Bitcoin, at times I mine, I deposit the one I mine. So the wallet address is what you use to deposit your Bitcoin. So, and this wallet address is decentralized. That is, it can be hacked because it's a multiple code or multiple alphabet which you can't even cram it on your head because it's very long. So then, being into the Bitcoin, I realized that there are a lot to learn about Bitcoin. So I joined a hackathon. Let me say a hackathon. So with people that build smart contracts. So there we get to know that, okay, the Bitcoin is decentralized, and every other altcoin, that is, apart from Bitcoin, there are other coins that are available. So they call them altcoin. So those are the Ethereum, the XRP, that is Ripples, and several other altcoins. So all these also, they are built on smart contracts. And on smart contracts, you have to deploy the smart contracts in platform that holds the wallet.
All right. I didn't know I was going to be calling on a lecturer.
Okay.
Thank you for taking us through this
Right.
course and journey. Thank you very much. In my dream last night, I saw that I came here and somebody told me he had a lot of Bitcoin deposit in his Luno wallet, and I said, okay, you're going to be my friend, and I'm going to be kidnapping you with your own approval. I didn't know that the dream will come true so soon, so the dream is just coming true. Please, at the end of the event, don't run away. Allow me to kidnap you, yeah? Let's put our hands together one more time for him. Okay, I think we are ready now, as I've been told by the technicals, that the virtual presentation for building NFT, GameFi, and metaverse solutions on the Boulders blockchain is ready. Please enjoy that presentation. Thank you. Because we do not want to keep you waiting beyond the scheduled time, we'd like to just take the presentations back to back, and where we think that there is need for entertainment to be filled in, we surely will fill it in. We have seated already a beautiful woman. Sorry for that break. Like I did say, we have seated already one who will be talking to us on embracing smart contract for oil and gas procurement. And she knows her onions. She plays in the industry. Okay, she plays in the industry. She is going to be taking us through a very expository journey. She is head contract and procurement for Nigerian Upstream and Regulatory Commission. Please do put your hands beautifully for the beautiful Mfon Ati.
Thank you. Good morning, the conveners of this conference and all the beautiful and handsome young men and all the men sitting in this hall today. I'm going to be taking us through embracing smart contract for oil and gas industry. I learned I'm still trying to get my slide to come on, but I'll just give you a brief on the outline. We'll be looking at overview of what the contract, the smart contract concept is. And of course, I'm not going to bore you with details on what blockchain is all about. All of you seated here are blockchain experts. I'm not. I just need the platform to be able to execute my contract. And therein, we'll look at overview of what the entire oil and gas industry value chain is all about and the different aspects of the value chain that we execute contract on, and then also the way we are looking at migrating from the traditional contracting system to smart contract that is on blockchain. And blockchain itself is evolving. We, as a country, we are not fully integrated into smart contract. But a lot of discussions is ongoing, and we've also been researching into what oil and gas is a global industry is doing in other parts of the world. And by the time my slide comes on, you will see that contracting processes in oil and gas is very convoluted. It's not that easy. It's not a straight thing as maybe trading with Bitcoin, where you have two parties here, one party this way and the other one the other way. So depending on the value chain and what you're doing, it can be very convoluted. But the crux of today's discussion is all about the Nigerian story and how ready are we. All that, we will get into it. By the way, I know that the name Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission sounds very odd. A lot of you sitting down here may or may not be wondering, what's that all about? Of course, I used to work for the defunct DPR, now transition into the company I just mentioned to you, because as a result of the signing into law of the Petroleum Industry Act 2021. So technical, please, if you are ready, can we just shoot on? So we don't keep waiting. I could just take us through what we really do as a company before the transition. such kind of trading, and as well as comply with the local law of Nigeria. And there's also the laws of transportation in the haulaging across the right of way for ocean-going tankers and all this kind of stuff. So all this overview is just for us to understand that for us in oil and gas, it's not as straightforward as just trading between two people. However, technology is, you call it the bedrock of innovation or changing how you do things. This has come to stay. We are looking into how every aspect of this can begin to work in a way that makes work easy. Let's go, please. So, globally, in the oil and gas, a few test running pilot exercises have been done. In the supply chain end, which is just about supplying some basic, very basic needs, it's been pretty easy in using it to cater for the bidding processes, for contract habitation, and then managing. But there were some other real oil field processes where he's been test run, like BTL. They use it to test run supply of water in the deep offshore area. That was the first pilot case in Houston, and that works. So gradually, like I said, we're migrating and looking at, and a lot of discussion amongst the offshore operators is also going on how every facet of this can be implemented on smart contracts. Please, let's go. So we are aware, like everything that has advantages, there are also disadvantages. The advantages are there. You cannot alter transactions when it is confirmed. It's a decentralized system. You don't have entity doing things or creating an empire around him or herself. It's secured, it's transparent. However, human errors, because it's a computer system, on the advantage side, it could take out human errors when it is well implemented, well coded. However, if there is human error in the coding system, it means we can alter it because it is not that versatile. You can't juggle around it like you could just call for contract in the traditional system and just reverse it. So these are the issues. When contracts are done or sealed or created, how do we reverse contract that can't go through? When things go sour, these are points that we think around. And then legal issues, given lack of remedies such as cancellation that we talked about, how do we handle it right now? These are areas that is giving us concern that we are thinking about. Please, let's go. And again, this was just to give a pictorial overview of all that we are talking about in managing contracting, the smart contract on blockchain, and in relation to its limitation. Let's go, because I'm really going to where it matters most to us. So this is the Nigerian story. While I was researching to really see what Nigeria has done, when we started hearing about e-wallet, e-money of Nigeria and all that, I began to look into the database to see what we really have in place in readiness for the e-money and all that we are talking about. I came across this strategy that was developed as a national strategy for blockchain adaptation in Nigeria. Please go to the next slide. This is the framework, but you will see what the goals were to achieve, and the next slide, please. So these are the goals, was to provide efficient, effective, and seamless services to users, and that emanated from ineffective and unsuited way that we've been conducting our businesses as a country. So all these beautiful goals identified to deal with the problems on the side were very well articulated on paper. The implementation phase is something that is important to all of us, because in every paradigm shift, the role of government in providing the infrastructure, the environment, and retweaking situations to accommodate the changes is very important. Please, let's go. So that brings us to the roadmap. One of the problem or challenges in oil and gas that we have, when it comes to a lot of certain expertise that have to do with programming, we still have to source for them externally. We pay hugely for them. We have some oil and gas contracts that has to do with programming and providing support that the contracts are crafted in such a way that once the guy with the expertise bought the plane, wherever it's coming from, we start paying. Whether or not that plane lands or doesn't land on time, have delay, we just pay. So, and I've been asking myself, what is the problem with us? Why are we not able to have the right programmers, have the right people to do this? And that caused me to begin to dig into our educational system. So is the academia ready with the curriculum that will provide the need to meet the innovative technology that is now the technology of now? When I was studying in 2005, renewable energy was something that we were developing in the lab then and being talked about as energy of the future. They were being test run at very laboratory scale. But I'm alive today seeing that is a usable energy now. I'm sure 3, 4, 5 years ago, blockchain, smart contract was very, very far away from now. But in a few years, we are here. The world is adapting into it. I did a lot of research into how it was used in the healthcare industry, in data management and all that. And even in the oil and gas, we've attempted or test running it on the supply chain inventory management. So it's become the noun and not the future. So the stakeholders' participation is something that will drive us to where we need to go. In my younger days in oil and gas, as a regulator, whenever we have new areas of challenges that we want to close expertise importation in that area, my background is from environmental engineering. So we call stakeholders into a room like this, hold this kind of conference, we sensitize them, we tell them about the opportunity that is in it and our role as regulators, how that will be enforced so that they can invest, so that those kind of expertise are no longer imported or exported, is domiciled here. So we create, that is, in doing that, we were creating the market, creating the stage for the players to come in. It's good that I had the CEO of NCC. I thought maybe CBN will be here and everybody that is involved will be here as the stakeholders. The academic must be ready to tweak the curriculum to address this. The stakeholders have to, the regulators have to create the enabling environment. Inwardly, in our own industry as the regulators, we are looking at it. Even our contracting system, we are looking at it. And then as entities, the private sector players, you also need to invest on them. So this whole conference, the crux of this conference is discussing these challenges and how we can move forward with them. Now, blockchain on a smart contract, there's been diverse school of thought. How is in blockchain playing the role of a notary, where we do not need a third party like a lawyer? Is that going to replace the real contract, or like when a contract is under seal that the lawyer signed off? Is that going to replace that? What is the implication? The regulatory framework, how ready are we in Nigeria? Where there are legal or litigation issues, how are they going to be handled? So these are the challenges. The lawyers' jobs are under threat. And then that also means that even in my unit or my department, I may not necessarily need so much staff. So that means we're going to have maybe staff manpower reduction. People might lose their job. Now, how do we reintegrate these people and make them relevant? So that means we need more expertise in this area. So lawyers now need to have a proper understanding and now rejig their roles to fit into this. And then you as professionals in the fields, it's not just enough to trade on Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. We now need to become the solutions providers. We now need to be the ones to be able to generate the code, because at the end of the day, the opportunities are there. If we are to migrate all the facets of contracts that we have on the traditional system in oil and gas on every phase, down to all the value stream of the oil and gas industry from upstream, midstream, downstream, then that will be a whole lot. So a whole lot of expertise are needed in that area. So we need to talk about this. Thank God that we have panel session. Those are the questions I will leave, or the thinking I will leave in the mind of each and every one of you. In the next couple of years, maybe I'll be saddled with the responsibility. The pressure is already there. Oh, take your contracting processes to this kind of platform. I take it, but it's not really giving us the ultimate solution that we want. And then I told the management, you need to begin to look at smart contracts. But where are the expertise for this is a challenge. I'm not a program engineer, and I don't think I'm going to be. I need solution for my problems, for my challenges. And that expertise resides with you and a lot of people out there. And that's what we are calling for, and that's what we are talking about. Thank you very much.
She knew her onion, she protested, but evidently she really did know it. One more time, let's put our hands together for Mfon Ati. If you have a question to ask her, we'd like for you to make it very brief, but first introduce yourself and perhaps the organization you're representing. If you have a question to ask, please do ask now. Okay. Is there any usher around? I can see two hands, one here, one there.
First and foremost, I really want to commend you, madam, for the good job and the good speech. My name is Isaac Onyobosa. My question is like a contribution, I don't know, because you mentioned the area of academia, talk of programming is a need. And I will want to ask, do you have any updates about if something good is going in that direction at this moment? Have we started getting people interest being cultivated in that area? If you have idea, we'd like to know.
Well, I represent government entity, and I can't take exception to maybe things not going the way it should go or going the way it should go. Your question is very apt. I'll share a very personal experience. My industry, I'm a regulator of oil and gas industry. We don't regulate education. And even when there are new entrants of acquisition of knowledge from international body or out there, we still take it to NUC to ratify for us. I have a very live experience in some courses that we saw bench around the reality of the world today. And we took it up. I personally encouraged my team. We took it up. We invested our personal money. And as the statutory required, we had to route it through NUC. And the feedback we got wasn't very encouraged. We employed them to research on the school, which they did, but they still came up with clauses that were very discouraging to my young ones at work. And that got us thinking. So, it is not a fault-finding mission. Sensitization and awareness through this. You might look at what we are doing here as very small. Maybe you're not feeling the kind of crowd that you think. But it's the beginning of a voice. This is a platform with a voice. So continuous discussion is possible. Can create or begin to create that awareness and retweak the way things are done there. I will tell you something. When we started exploring the Nigerian deep water horizon, everybody, including myself, said it wasn't possible for us to collect seabed sample from ocean of maybe 5,000 feet and all that. But the world was going that way, and we couldn't avoid tapping into our deep waters. So we began to research, and today I've personally participated at least in not less than 20 deep water seabed survey collection. And with that, we have been able to build our own database as a country in that aspect. It wasn't easy. We held a lot of engagement, even convincing from the management level to going outside, sensitizing the industry. Even the IOCs themselves came back and said that it wasn't possible. But we later realized is the cost they were trying to dodge from. So in answering your question directly, from the experience we've had recently, I could say no, that maybe not much is going on. But it's not impossible that it's going to begin. From that experience, we are already engaging them deeply, a lot of write-ups back and forth. And I believe he should get them thinking. And you and I are the voices that we need for the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question, please.
Okay, good day, everyone. I am Arigbabu Azizat Weola. I'm a law school aspirant, Nigerian law school aspirant. So I have a question relating to breach of contract on smart contract system. You talk about the formation of the contract, but you didn't explain where there's a breach. Say when there's a lease or there's re-hiring, you didn't explain where there's a breach of contract. That is the lawyer's role.
Okay. Are you done? So in the traditional contract today, and depending on the type of contract. Once we have done the evaluations, and in the evaluations we are looking at cost is very important to us, and specifications of what we want with regards to the scope is very important to us. And globally, the culture says the lowest bidder wins it. But sometimes the lowest bidder doesn't win it because the specifications of the lower bidder might not be the best. So if somebody has a better option in terms of specification and quality delivery and experience and expertise, all encompassing in what we call specification, and then the price is still within what we call reasonably acceptable, we'll take on that person. And after that, a contract is executed, first by issuing an award to say we award you contract to do this under this scope. And after that, it is the lawyer that crafts the contract terms and agreement, by stating the conditions. And that conditions involve the two parties, whether it's between a company or between a company and individual or company to company, they become entity. So in that crafting, the role of everybody, you as the supplier of whether the services or the goods or a consultancy, what we call patency. I mean, it has to do with patency. The right word just escaped my memory now, as in your patented knowledge, intellectual property, whether it's an intellectual property that you are supplying. So you become an entity that the company, like my organization, is dealing with. So the lawyer crafts the conditions that should be binding your role, her role, how payments to be made, how payments are acknowledged, the intervals at which payments are made, and then all encompassing taxes from government, how they will be remitted, and where the taxes goes to. You are to provide the accounts, all sort of details. So everything that is within that terms and agreement on how that particular contract will be executed is the role of the lawyer. However, because the lawyer is not expected, he is a lawyer, he is not expected to have knowledge of this wide industry. Every end user, and then my department as contract will have to sit with them and get it done. It must be something that is negotiated by both parties. And on the other hand, there are some things that there are guidelines by law, depending on the industry, whether it's a marine contract, how the marine industry is running. There are some guidelines by law that if you are doing this percentage applies. Those ones, they come on verbatim on the contract. But there are some things that have to be based on relationship, expertise, and you on the part as a supplier, what do you think are more opportunities that you tend to gain from such an industry in dealing with them on a contract, or maybe even volume driven on what you're supplying. You might step down on some conditions. All that are put into place and the lawyer signs it, because at that point, the lawyer becomes an authority. However, if it is a contract that is under seal, there are some contracts that are not under seal. It's just binding legally. Now, if it is under seal, it has to be notarized. There's a notary stamp. A lawyer who have had a certain level of practice, number of years and expertise in the industry, functions as a notary. So he has a stamp through some certification that is gone through in his industry that allows him to function that way. Now, if there is a breach in contract where we have to cancel the contract, because the condition of canceling is also inside that terms and conditions. So if those conditions are breached, first of all, we issued warning, and then if we have to terminate the contract, it's the lawyer himself again that comes back to say, based on this section and this and that, non-compliance to that, we are forced to, we don't have a choice but to withdraw the contract. We no longer have a contract with us. And of course, in the writing of the terms and agreement, everything that everybody would lose or gain in the course of such a situation is always spelled out. So you know it from day one what your role is, and if you breach the role, what the consequences are. Does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Okay.
Please do usher out of the stage with an applause. I do sense that some persons still wanted to ask some questions. If she's still around during break, you can meet up with her and engage her. Ladies and gentlemen, I went visiting with some friends, and we were being hosted by this other friend of ours. While we were in the living room having a lovely discussion, all of a sudden, his 2-year-old son, came into the living room and said, "Daddy, I want to pee." And the father felt embarrassed. He's having guests. His little boy is saying he wants to pee. So he said to him, "Okay, son, when next I'm having guests and you have to pee, just say to me, 'Daddy, I want to whisper.'" And the son said, "Okay, Daddy. But can I go pee now?" He said, "Yes, you can go. Remember, it is to whisper when I have guests." And so another time, this man was hosting us again, and this same boy saunters in and says, "Daddy, I want to whisper." The father forgot the agreement. And they said to him, "Okay, son, come and whisper into my ears." Ladies and gentlemen, your guess is as good as mine what eventually happened. We have a father in the house who would be whispering to us, but it will not be that kind of whispering that he told that little boy. To talk to us on tokenizing Nigeria's real estate. If you look across the skylines of Nigeria, you see that Nigeria is fast becoming an entire building site. Real estate is burgeoning. Everyone is going into it. And I mean, why shouldn't we take advantage of the blockchain technology in the real estate space? So to talk to us on tokenizing Nigeria's real estate on the blockchain is the CEO of Red Swan. He has flown all the way from the United States of America just so that he can be with us and communicate these details to us. Please put your hands very resoundly for the gentleman, Chief Edward Nwokedi. Keep the applause going until he takes the mic, please.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Good morning. My name's Edward Nwokedi, and I flew here from Houston, Texas, and I'm very excited to be here. I want to give you a little bit of background of who I am before I start, because this is not just a regular event for me. This is a very important event because for a long time I've been coming back to Nigeria, doing my family business, and trying to figure out a way to bring value to this country as a son of the soil. And so it's just by happenstance, or by God, I would say, that I'm here today to talk to you about blockchain and about the many aspects that you can involve yourself in with blockchain technology. It's a big word. It's also a huge avenue of opportunities because it's a new window of business. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I've been doing business in the United States for a very long time. I've had 4 businesses, very successful. And I'm just going to tell you how I found about blockchain, because it's not something that I read about. I'm not in computer science. I didn't study engineering. I studied accountancy and finance. But I had a business partner of mine that was with me in 2000 when I was founding a technology company that was a .com company. He calls me in 2018, I think it was January of 2018. He says, Ed, you have to go to this conference in Dallas. And I said, what kind of conference in Dallas? He says, the blockchain conference. And I told him that I don't have time for this. I'm very busy right now. I don't know anything about blockchain, and this is not on my agenda, but thank you. Well, we were very successful in the business together, so he knows my personality, he knows who I am, and I also trust his judgment. He says, you need to get on a plane and go to this conference and check it out because I think you're going to really appreciate it. So with that kind of endorsement, I jumped on a plane and flew to Dallas and visited this blockchain conference. And I was amazed by, first of all, the number of people that turned out and how many of the people were young people like I'm seeing right here today. And I felt a little bit out of place because I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was going to be all about Bitcoin. But lo and behold, as I was starting to talk to people and start walking around the exhibition hall, I was asking a lot of questions because I figured I'm there for a reason. I'm there to learn something. There's some reason why my associate asked me to come. And so I'm looking at some of the different levels of technology that people are using blockchain for in different applications. And I became very intrigued by what the blockchain actually does in terms of a digital ledger. And right away, my brain just went to my core business, which is finance and capital markets. And so immediately I thought, this is kind of interesting. And if this is real, this would be a very, very unique way to solve a huge problem for commercial real estate. I went away puzzled, thinking that sometime I might want to put more time into this. But it was at that same conference, I met two gentlemen. There was one was an executive with Disney, and another one was a Cambridge PhD graduate in technology. And they saw me talking to somebody about commercial real estate and blockchain, and they stopped and asked me if I was in commercial real estate, and I told them yes, I was. And all of a sudden, we started talking about blockchain technology and commercial real estate, and we decided to get together for dinner, and a partnership emerged just that quickly. I still wasn't 100% all in for blockchain, but I thought it would be good to start a small business with these two gentlemen, being how they're so smart in technology, and they appreciated my intelligence in commercial real estate. But then 2 months later, the SEC in the United States, that's the Security Exchange Commission that governs all the stocks transactions in the country, made a ruling that all the ICO, the initial coin offerings, and that were going on in the country at the time will be banned from the United States. Sound familiar? And so they also came out and said that as a remedy, they were going to legalize security token offerings, STOs. And that was the light bulb moment for me that said, so the government sees this as a way to enhance business in terms of trading of shares of stock, but now on any asset that is actually an investment asset. And without any additional time or notice, I just put in my resignation at my company, and it was not like I left a just small company. I was the executive director for capital markets for Cushman & Wakefield of Texas. Cushman & Wakefield is one of the largest commercial real estate and advisory companies in the world, and I ran the book of business for Texas for capital markets. And with that responsibility, we've done over $3 billion worth of transactions, and have made a lot of my clients very, very wealthy buying and selling and advising on real estate. Anyway, I'm just telling you this because sometimes you look at things and you look at it and you're uncomfortable with what you're thinking, that it might be complicated, it might require a lot of engineering, technology, but really it was simple for me. I saw something new happening with technology, and I also knew where I was with commercial real estate, and it was the future in bright lights. I jumped out and founded founded Red Swan CRE because I wanted to create a solution for capital markets that will really enhance one of the biggest problems in the industry. So with that, I'm going to walk through my presentation. Well, we didn't worry about that. We jumped in and started focusing on solving problems for our customers and collecting clients who actually wanted to believe in the technology that we're offering. We were talking Greek to all of them. They had no idea of what we were talking about when we mentioned blockchain. And these are people that own, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate in the United States. But they believed in the person that was giving them a solution and said, hey, if you think you can do this, go ahead. So we were able to put together, over a period of a year and a half, approximately $2.6 billion worth of properties that we were able to tokenize and put on the blockchain. That's roughly $910 million worth of digital security tokens that are now being issued for sale to investors. I think Red Swan is probably the largest in the world right now doing what we're doing, but I don't feel like we've just only begun. We're at the very base of the industry. We're trying to become, to have $300-400 billion worth of business over the next 24 months. And I think it's very possible based on, again, the big problem that exists today and the solution that we're trying to provide. Next slide. I have to give a lot of credit to my team because it was my two co-founders that actually brought this idea to my head, but also the management team that we have right now with their balanced skill set in marketing, in digital rights, in blockchain technology, and commercial real estate really helped us to be where we are today in terms of one of the industry leaders. I also have to talk to and recognize our support staff and operations as well. We've grown quite a bit, but we're still not even severely funded. My first transaction that I funded was actually $95 million, which I'll talk about that later, but this time around, we didn't go the VC route. We went the bootstrap route, which is a little bit different, and I won't explain it right now, but sometimes you have to take money that is good for your business, not money that's good for somebody else. When we started, we hustled. Our team has done a great job. We also, next slide, we also hired a new capital markets team recently that's going out and knocking on doors and getting building owners to bring us new business. I'm going to talk about our pipeline of almost another $1 billion for the business coming on in the next three months. But it's because of these people that we are doing what we're doing today. Next slide. Also, it takes a village to make things work, and so it's not just the people, but also companies, people that have significant interest and knowledge that can help you. We leaned on a lot of major corporations that were offering to help us as our partners. And so you can see Polymath, Microsoft, Ernst & Young. These are all advisors that give us ideas on how we can expand our business. Tax advice. Coinbase has made it possible for us to be able to accept any kind of currency in the world, whether it be cryptocurrency or fiat dollars. We can exchange it through Coinbase and apply it to our accounts to satisfy the purchase of commercial real estate. Okay, so what is tokenization? It's basically when you take a physical, durable, hard asset and you now authenticate the ownership of that asset and then digitize it to put it on the blockchain in fractional units is what tokenization is all about. You can pick the number of units you want to choose from, whether it be 10, 100, or 300 million. It's up to the tokenizer to make that decision based on the application. So basically, you can tokenize art. As you know, there are NFTs out there. You can tokenize classic cars. You can tokenize real estate. You can tokenize corporations and stock certificates of corporations. What I'm going to talk about is the focus of tokenizing real estate, commercial real estate, as an investment opportunity, not as an NFT. NFTs are, in the United States at least, are not considered securities. They're considered NFTs, which are just digital assets. There are many benefits to tokenization. There's speed. There's the ability to be able to be more transparent in the way you do business. Also, it's actually more global because, like you can see, that there's cryptocurrency all over the world, and they're all using blockchain. So it's actually making the world a much smaller place to do business. Also, compliance. We followed the guidelines of the SEC, which made us more compliant. We had to become what we call a RIA, registered investment advisor, so we can be able to sell securities to United States citizens, as well as sell securities to foreign investors under what we call Reg S. So these benefits of tokenization, I think, enhance the values of assets. One person came to me and asked me, if I took a diamond and I broke it, and first of all, before breaking it, I put it on the blockchain and made an NFT out of it, and then I cracked the diamond into several pieces and and gave the pieces to different people, would that value of the diamond as one still be the same because I put it on the blockchain? I had to tell them, no, that won't be the case, because it's the asset that you are putting on the blockchain, and that value of that asset is what you're actually underlining as a token. So the next slide will kind of show you a kind of a pictorial of what this actually means. You see an share of Apple stock, and basically converting a share of Apple stock and all the rights and privileges that Apple stock has to offer get programmed into a single digital token, a smart contract token, that will now be able to represent the value of the Apple stock. So we do the same thing as you relates to commercial real estate. You take a piece of real estate, this building, for example, has an entity that owns it and is registered in the state of Lagos as the owner of this entity, whatever corporation owns this entity. And you can now take their stock and digitize their stock, just like we're doing the Apple share here, and now digitize it into the number of shares that can be distributed to people to invest in, to raise capital. You've all heard of crowdfunding, and really that is the premise behind tokenization for capital markets, is crowdfunding smaller investors into an asset as an investment. Crowdfunding started in the U.S. Back in 2012 with the Jobs Act, and now it's estimated that crowdfunding is bringing in about $11 billion worth of activity. Crowdfunding is very important because it allows smaller investors to be able to choose how they can invest their own budget into an investment as opposed to having something that's just too large for them and can't participate and they get left out. So that has been very, very prominent recently in the past 5 or 6 years. As I'm selling commercial real estate, I'm seeing more crowdfunding come in, beating out firms like Cushman & Wakefield where I worked in terms of raising capital, because they have numerous people coming in who want to buy smaller shares, and all of a sudden it becomes significant. And we're starting to see 5 million, 10 million, 25 million, all from people crowding into an investment. That's why I see this as a huge opportunity for Nigeria and West Africa in general, because a population of 210 million people, you can seriously do a lot of crowdfunding and take over a lot of assets in this country, if not this whole region. Blockchain actually adds a additional benefit to that crowdfunding activity. Blockchain actually allows you now to be able to trade on those shares. It now becomes liquid, just like a stock. So before crowdfunding, you can become part of the limited partnership, but your share is stuck in that limited partnership until it's sold. You can't sell out. Only person that could possibly buy you out is the sponsor of that project, and that might come with a steep price. But now, because it's blockchain and because it's digitized, you can carry your share ownership in your own personal wallet, your digital wallet, and you can transfer it peer-to-peer, or you can transfer it onto an exchange, but you can get liquidity for it 24/7. Next slide. No, next slide. The other next slide. Okay, about me. I think I've talked about myself a little bit, but basically I also own real estate in the United States, and I also own and manage real estate here in Nigeria. But I really look forward to this opportunity because coming here, we're launching our current website for Red Swan, Nigeria, and we're also opening our office in Lagos as well to show you that we're very committed to blockchain and tokenization in Nigeria. I figure if I can do it in the United States, I might as well do it in my home country. So that's why we're here, and that's why I'm excited about getting this lifted in Nigeria hope you will join us and help us in this activity. Next slide. As I mentioned, $75 trillion industry. That's all commercial real estate, which also includes farmland. We see about 35% of that $75 trillion of capital, of equity, is locked in real estate, meaning that it's just sitting there. Can't be pulled out. You can't be refinanced. It's just sitting there as probably the worst form of, worst use of capital is just having capital sitting there doing nothing. Like money sitting under your bed doing nothing is the worst form of capital you can possibly have. Money and capital should always be working for you so you can further enhance your goals and your wealth. So having almost $23 trillion of capital sitting around doing nothing, I felt was a huge problem that needed to be solved. And that's why we took to blockchain. Next slide. As I said, the friction talks about the 35+% of equity trapped. I'm sure here in Nigeria you probably have even higher levels of equity because you probably have less levels of LTV on financing real estate. But in general, 35% is what we're seeing trapped in equity. And these sponsors are not happy with that because they would like to actually pull that money out and use it for other means. They can either take that money and buy more real estate, or take the money and pay off the debt, or take that kind of capital and make improvements on the property to make it, enhance it to make more revenue. Also, the holding periods on real estate is extremely long. It's 5 years, 10 years, sometimes 15 years that you're waiting to get your money out of a piece of real estate. And that a lot of times, is not good for the sponsor because typically sponsors make their money when they return the capital back to their investors, and now they split the profit with their investors after a certain hurdle rate, which is basically a certain yield return they're going to guarantee their investor. After they hit that, they now split that profit with their investors 50-50 or 60-40, but that's where the developers and the property owners really make their money, is when they get to that level of exit. So waiting so a long period of time to be able to do that is not very comfortable for them. It forces them to dispose of the asset much faster because they want to get to that payday. But if you think about it, if you sold a property 15 years ago, even here in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, and you look at the same property right now, if it's being managed properly, it's probably worth a lot more than it was when you sold it. I've sold properties for customers in Houston that were $26,000 a door, and today they're selling for $120,000 a door, and that's just going fast forward 12 years. That's a huge difference in price and value. And so selling out 15 years ago, you leave a lot of money on the table. With blockchain, we're proposing that the new solution is not to sell out, is to recapitalize, pull your equity out of the asset so you have more capital and you can continue managing that asset with less equity inside of it. So the solutions, we're providing greater liquidity so they can actually pull their money out, like we said. We're also making it so that the LP investors who are putting their hard-earned capital into real estate investments aren't trapped for a long period of time. They can actually pull their money out and say, look, I've been in it for a year, I'm getting married, I need some money. They can pull their money out and they can sell it and get liquidity. So that's very important. Also, like I said, reduces the need to actually sell the asset, which is also very important. And I think it produces much stronger yields for the general partner of these properties. And I'll give you an example in a few minutes. But I think one of the most important things, I'm always looking for the underdogs. I'm always looking for the small people who are getting into real estate, trying to make money, that being able to decentralize your investment portfolio according to what you want is more important than taking the risk of putting a lot of money. You might save up $100,000 and give it to a fund or a REIT and say, hey, put it in there. I see you guys are making 9% or 15%. Put my money there and make 15% for me too. That's the old way of doing business, right? That means that person is taking your money, they're probably making 25, 30% and giving you 9%, right? The new way is that you put the money into the investment you feel are comfortable for what you like, and what you can pay attention to because you make more money when you focus on your investment rather than when you ignore it. Next slide. So this is an example, and this is basically taking a commercial real estate asset like I normally sell, like this hotel. This can be an example. Say this hotel is worth $500 million, and the equity in the hotel, when you take off the financing with the bank, is roughly $175 million. Typically, when they sell, that's what they're looking for. They want to get $175 million. They want to pay back the capital that their investors gave them, and they're going to split the profits. First of all, give the investor what they told them they're going to give them, 9%, whatever that's going to be, and they're going to split the profits. They're above 9% between themselves and the GP, LP and GP. That's traditionally how all real estate transactions work. But if you take blockchain and what we're doing with tokenizing the asset, we've set a minimum price of entry of $5,000. We can take 90% of that $175 million worth of equity and allow crowdfunding to participate to generate that kind of equity. What that does, it allows the GP, owner of the property, to stay in with 10%, continue managing the property like they do because they understand it and they've done a good job, and also be able to generate profits not from a sale, but like I said, from continued dividend distribution. So rather than selling the property and splitting the profits, they can pull their equity out, go buy other assets, but now they have these new investors coming in who are looking for an average yield of 7%, for example. That is their hurdle rate. And so now the general partner has 10% equity in this building. They have $58 million in their pocket, and they're continuing to operate the building. Well, if you're doing a good job, the NOI is going to continue to grow year after year. So if 7% is your hurdle rate you have to pay your investors, and you're continuously improving the asset and increasing the bottom line, pretty soon your dividend distribution will be more like 15 to 20%. That means that you have an extra, 10 to 15% of interest or of yield that you now can split between yourself and your LPs. That is a much more profitable business model for a property owner, and this is why they're enjoying the fact that we're bringing this opportunity to them both in the United States and hopefully here in Nigeria.
All right, Chief, can you take just 1 more minute, please, to round it off? Just a minute to round off. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Round it up?
Yes.
Okay. So anyway, this is our website for Nigeria. I'm going to invite you to come and take a look at the website. It's now live, www.redswancre.com.ng. Next slide. These are the properties we have, so you can go look at the property, you can drill down, you can see your analysis of each asset so you can make an informed decision to buy. Next slide. And just as a compelling thesis with regard to cryptocurrency, and I'm going to go through really quickly. Next slide. Cryptocurrency is growing in the marketplace. You can see the leading countries that are using cryptocurrency around the world. You see Nigeria is in the top 10, actually number 6, Vietnam number 1. This is showing you that the youth is consuming a lot of crypto, and this is a good thing because that means you know how to manage digital currency and digital assets. Next slide. You have to figure out where you're going to invest that money that you have because you can't keep it all in cryptocurrency. Otherwise, it'll be very volatile, and you will not have a way to run a business when you have volatile currency. So being able to balance your investment out into other asset classes like commercial real estate or digital assets or NFTs, these are the reason why we're here. Right now, cryptocurrency is $3 trillion globally. It will become $15 trillion before you blink your eye. Next slide. Digital assets, which is commercial real estate, provides you with stability, income producing in terms of dividends, as well as long-term growth. So we think that all of you who are using cryptocurrency right now and will continue to grow with cryptocurrency will start thinking about putting some of your money, digital money, into real estate to stabilize your overall portfolio. That's what it's all about, and that's one of the reasons why we're here. Also one of the reasons why it's growing so fast in the United States. Next slide. we came up with a cryptocurrency coin, which is a stable coin, that will allow us to be able to receive funds from all over the world in terms of different cryptocurrencies to have our own coin that we can use to buy real estate off our platform. So this is going to be coming out in the first quarter of next year, but it's a way for the e-Naira to be easily transferred to our Red Swan CRE coin so that you can easily have that to buy real estate. But there's also a second purpose to the coin I'll show you on the next slide. A little bit of math. This is a capital stack of commercial real estate. It just shows you how that's set up. But we use our stable settlement coin to be able to capitalize another part of the capital stack, which is mezz debt. And in the United States, at least, mezz debt is the most expensive form of capital next to the equity itself. And by financing mezz debt with a flat fee of 3%, we're now saving investors or property owners sometimes 8 to 10% of interest by having this kind of mezz debt coin that we're producing. So maybe it's something that can be done here in Nigeria as well. Next slide. That's a picture of the website for our stable coin that's coming out. It's actually a settlement coin used for transacting commercial real estate that's been digitized. Next slide. Upcoming projects. Let's flip through those pretty quickly. I know we have to go. But we have a pipeline of $750 million of projects we're working on right now to add to our pipeline. Next slide. This is basically a high-rise in Houston, Texas. The developer develops billions of dollars worth of properties. Sometimes they have problems selling their properties at today's value, and they need another way to recapitalize, pulling their money out. So this is the reason why they're coming to Red Swan. Next slide. Same thing in San Francisco. COVID has caused some stabilization problems, so people are looking to how they can pull capital out of their assets, so they're calling us, see if we can do that for them. Final slide. This is the new development project in San Diego, in the downtown district of San Diego. So we do new development projects as well, but the requirements are you have to own the land and also have to have bank financing in place for the construction, and we'll help you with the equity. So anyway, we think this is an educational opportunity. We're here to educate, provide literacy on financial awareness with regards to cryptocurrency and digital assets. We will be doing classes trying to teach strategies on investments. We think that's important for the youth to be able to take advantage, become financially independent. I'm committed to seeing that because I like to see this country become one of the superpowers of the world one day. Thank you very much. Please come by and see us at our booth.
Thank you very much. Please just hold on a bit. I like that you rounded off with please come by and see us. It tells that you really are an able man anyway. You couldn't have allowed that to pass by. I have two questions for you from the audience. One is, can we access real estate in the USA through Red Swan?
Yes, exactly. That's right. For our website, we're creating for you right now, and not only have a platform to see, hopefully, Nigerian projects that are being tokenized, but you also can see all the U.S. assets that we're tokenizing right now. There's only two countries that we're focused on, the United States and now Nigeria. So yes, you'll be able to see opportunities. I had some of my investors telling me, hey, I'd like to tell me I can buy into a high-rise in Lagos, Nigeria. I love that. And so that was kind of the idea, is to let some of the investors there see the beautiful opportunities that are here and be able to join in on the investment, but not have to take all the risk, right? Not have to write a check for $15 million. They can write a check for $100,000 and feel like they've done something to buy a piece, at least test it out, see how well it works. That's a starting point. It's a big starting point for foreign direct investment.
All right, thank you. Second question, isn't it risky to rely on Dogecoin for Red Swan commercial real estate?
No, it's not risky at all. We don't, we take the Dogecoin and immediately convert it into USDC, so we're not taking any risk on holding the Dogecoin. It was just basically a test to see how well the cryptocurrency market will respond to be able to take its cryptocurrency form and transfer it into a more digital asset.
All right, thank you very much. I'll take just one more question, if there's any. The man in the middle The man just directly behind the cameraman. I have all the microphones up here already because I wanted to use them here. I don't know if you can oblige us by coming forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Hans. Good afternoon, all. Thank you for your presentation. I'm privileged to be involved in real estate. I can see your take to be an advanced level of traditional way, which was real estate investment proposed, where the value of real estate is broken down into smaller units that people can invest in. But it was determined by valuers to know the extent of the value before it was broken down. And there was appointed managers that manage the investment. At the end of each year, profit made will not be broken down and given to investors as dividend. In this case, is your company a manager of commercial real estate? How do you determine the value of the estate before you tokenize? And how do you determine the profit before you share to investors? Are all these things embedded in the digital economy, or I want you to explain it again. Thank you very much.
Yes, so you're asking the properties that we put on there, who values those properties, right? And that's a very good question because we don't put a property on our platform until we have thoroughly vetted the property. And with 17 years of experience as a director of capital markets, we know how to value commercial real estate from an income approach, from a cost approach, from a market approach. And so we would go over the books and records of every property very thoroughly. We would look at the management of the project also to check on their experience. And then we would put a value on the asset that we know we can sell that asset for. And we have a lot of experience in selling assets. But on the other hand, to answer your question, how do you maintain the level of income from the property in order to disperse that income, net income to investors? One of the requirements that we have for our sponsors is that when they give us a property and we digitize it and we issue the capital, every quarter they have to give us a financial statement on that property so we can analyze it, and then like an analyst, update it to our investors so they know what the current condition of the asset is. We think that's important to keep you informed of the profitability and performance of the property. And we're going to take it even a step further. This is now using blockchain and using AI is what we're working on, because we think that now that commercial real estate is liquid, it needs to be traded, and trading has to take place with current information, not previous information. So you can't look back 3 months ago to figure out what the price was when you're trying to make a settlement trade right now on your shares. So we're working with groups that are assembling lots of information in terms of AI, but also financial data, market data, so we can give you a precise valuation of the asset today and also next week based on many parameters that we use in underwriting. So that's to come, but many companies are working on that solution right now to make the trading of digital securities much more reliable.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Chief thought this is a building property. He wanted to go with it. Chief, were you wanting to tokenize this also? You were about going with it. Thank you so very much. That was a very brilliant presentation. I'm sorry, during the break, you can meet up with him and ask him your questions if you have questions to ask. For want of time, we just have to get to the next. I have a message that I want for you to listen to. Right after that, we'll take the panel discussion, and then we'll go for a break. Please cue it in. All right, thank you. That's a brief non-verbal commercial from FTX. Ladies and gentlemen, to join me in looking at blockchain adoption in Nigeria, the pros and the cons, I'd like to invite a few friends of ours who also have been players of this industry for a while now. Please, as I welcome them, including the immediate past speaker, I'd like for you to welcome them with me with an applause. Please welcome of CBAN, stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria, Senator Ihenye. Senator, please. In the same vein, do welcome with me, representing Binance, Ben Nsikan. And also, please also welcome back to join in this conversation, Chief Edward Wokedi of Red Swan. All right, blockchain adoption in Nigeria, the pros and the cons. It's going to be a very brief conversation, so I'd fancy if we just keep it, you know, do the keys, adopt the keys principle. Let me start with you, Senator. You sit atop an association that looks at those who are adopting the blockchain technology. Can you give us an insight of how far you think the technology has been adopted in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. It's been a few years of blockchain adoption in Nigeria and generally in Africa. As we would expect, it's not been a success story so far, understandably because very similar to the adoption of the internet from the 90s down to the early 2000s. We are seeing a lot of resistance as well. Resistance usually fed by misunderstanding, misinformation, and misconceptions that would really need a lot of rational public conversations and engagements for one to be able to maximize the benefits and strengths of blockchain technology and be able to minimize those risks that sometimes, in my opinion, I think that regulators usually say exaggerates, I have to say, especially when it comes to the aspects of cryptocurrency application of the blockchain. So where are we right now in Nigeria? We are seeing private sector pushing the adoption of blockchain technology, understandably, perhaps because of the history of the blockchain itself. We have seen more adoption in the financial services sector. We are seeing people using blockchain to enable remittances and cross-border transactions. We are also seeing people using blockchain to even come up with solutions around real estate or land ownership and property management, record systems. We're seeing all of that. And we're also seeing certain startups take up blockchain application in the health sector for the purpose of managing patients' data and all of that. And others also play in the supply chain logistics industry. What we expect, right, what is going on right now in terms of adoption, to wrap this up, is that the speed at which the adoption should happen is not activated yet, because the public sector, which should be the biggest driver of blockchain technology, is yet to come on board. And I think that for Nigeria, the reason why we are having that issue is that we are yet to have a national policy on blockchain technology itself. Yes, the National Information Technology Development Agency introduced what it called the National Adoption Strategy on Blockchain. But everyone in the room today understands where that is right now, because even though we have stakeholders like the Central Bank of Nigeria, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, NDIC, FIRS, mention all of them, we cannot say that all of these agencies are on the same table on blockchain adoption in Nigeria. We can't even say that these agencies have blockchain adoption strategies themselves as entities. So that is the issue. Public sector is yet to come in. I think that we need massive education in that area, massive capacity building. There's a lot of misconceptions and misunderstanding in the public sector, and no thanks to some of the words that you will find the Central Bank of Nigeria sometimes, associates with blockchain technology or cryptocurrencies. It sometimes sends the wrong messages out there. So I think we need a lot of education. We need a lot of it for us to be able to drive blockchain adoption across all industries.
Very much, Senator. That was quite incisive. Ben, you're with Binance, arguably the world's biggest exchange platform by volume of trade, by ratings, by every standard you can think of. And Binance has been in Nigeria for a few years now, right? I guess that with you being an insider through Binance, you can tell how much Nigerians are adopting blockchain via cryptocurrency now, because that basically seems to be the operational streamline of Binance. So can you take us straight? What do you think the adoption rate is like? Do you think it's coming in slowly, or do you think that Nigerians are actually catching on with it at a good speed?
Well, yes, thank you for that question. Very interestingly, like Senator already said, adoption in the country, let me narrow it down to Nigeria, has to do with a whole lot around, finance. So there's a problem of adoption. The growth of adoption is kind of like hampered because the majority of the persons speaking about blockchain are associating it to finance. And actually, that's where Binance comes in, right? But interestingly, thankfully, the real estate expert already spoke. There are so many use cases for the blockchain technology, and it already is a very good solution for, or good use case, or is a good way to describe democracy. So, if you say democracy is government for the people, by the people, and all of that, the blockchain does a very good justice to that description. Yeah. So giving power back to the people is where I think we might have some pushback in Nigeria as a society. But nonetheless, Binance continues to do the most we can do, and we take very seriously education to push for, awareness of what the technology truly is, and to see how we can collaborate with all of the government parties playing in the space. So for me, I feel what we do best is not to push for as a revolt. We don't revolt against the government. We find insightful ways to inspire these conversations to kickstart. And that is why recently our company launched a Know Your Rights for crypto users, right? Okay. I dropped the link somewhere with the team. You can easily check the description at bit.li /my crypto rights. My M is capital, C is capital, and R is capital. My crypto rights. You see a 10-point agenda from the Binance side, helping crypto users understand their rights and, actively participate in the space without, forming any forms of opposition to the government.
I was just about to chip that in, if it actually does incite the people against the government.
It's actually a call for the government to come out and discuss with industry players. So blockchain is actually here to stay. It is not going anywhere. Interestingly, we have a lot of talks around ETFs in the United States. We have a lot of talks around the blockchain and adoption and different, progresses and, drawbacks, but it's actually going to stay. So the government should be, open enough to come out and, put their foot down to, start to regulate the space such that everybody is welcomed to, take a slice of financial freedom, and in the same vein, there's some form of security put in place.
All right, thank you. Chief, towards the end of your presentation, you did take us through the ranking or the rating of blockchain adoption across the world. Thankfully, Nigeria seems to be number 6 on the rating, and I think that's quite healthy, even though we are second in Africa after Kenya. And it leaves you wondering what could have placed Nigeria behind Kenya. Perhaps you would want to throw some understanding to that. And what do you think Nigeria and Nigerians can do for better accelerated adoption?
Well, first of all, I agree with the 2 gentlemen here on the panel with me that education is very important. We just need to learn use cases that provide solutions, because providing solutions creates good business. If you can solve a big problem, you can create a big business. So I want to congratulate Nigeria, because being in the top 10 of the adopters shows that it shows the true entrepreneurial spirit that this country has. That, I think we as Nigerians are entrepreneurs and driven and resilient and resourceful. And so showing your ranking even behind Kenya, then maybe there's some reasons for that, I don't know, but just being on the map, you're attracting a lot of eyeballs around the world. People recognizing the fact that this country is adopting technology with cryptocurrency and using it for business. You didn't do it for fun, you were doing it for business. And that's more so than what's happening in the United States. They're using it for trades for fun, just as something to do as a hobby to collect cryptocurrency. Nigerians are using cryptocurrency in a way to move business back and forth. I did business with cryptocurrency in real estate here, and I was amazed how easy it was. So I think that the future is up to citizens in Nigeria to find that happy place where you feel like you can provide a solution, leveraging blockchain technology, and the rest will be history. There's no doubt that once you figure out any solution, whether it be, like I mentioned, a need for creating current value of an asset by looking at lots of data, that's a solution that needs to be solved. I'm sure that somebody here is going to figure it out and is going to do very well. But there's many applications across many industries that you can find solutions for. But all I can tell you and recommend is that you do find a solution. Don't just find something for fun.
All right, Senator, you did allude to governmental pushback against the acceleration of blockchain. But with the launch of the e-Naira, do you not see that as a step in the right direction, which could also ultimately drive Nigerians to adopting, particularly with the usage of the e-Naira?
Fantastic question. We're all very happy about the innovation by the Central Bank of Nigeria, introducing Nigeria's central bank digital currency, e-Naira. It's a fantastic idea. And I think that the e-Naira is going to work for Nigeria to the extent that the government of Nigeria wants to make it work. Because when it comes to the e-Naira, we all understand the idea behind the emergence of digital currencies. It is to enable a currency that is optimized for digital commerce. It's as simple as that. So whether it's a decentralized currency like Bitcoin or a centralized currency like e-Naira, the idea is we need a currency that is optimized for the digital economy. And so if the central bank is saying that trust us, don't trust Satoshi, it's fine. It's a compelling story. But we need to use the opportunity of leveraging blockchain technology, right, to enable more transparency, more traceability in the system, more security in the system. We need to also ensure that in introducing central bank digital currency, such as the e-Naira, it should not mean an automatic closing or shutting of the door against private currencies. We shouldn't do that. Every country in the world, at least where they are having open conversations about adoption of digital currencies, you find that most governments have been very careful not to allow their reserve or central banks to determine or dictate where the future of cryptos is about. I'll say that again. Most countries of the world where governments understand where this is going to, they've been careful to ensure that these reserve banks or the central banks in those countries do not monopolize or determine what happens to crypto. Now, I didn't say what happens to cryptocurrency because of this. When it comes to crypto, it's a technology. It's a product. It's an application of blockchain technology. So it can be used as a currency. It can be used as an asset. In places like the UK, the US, the Commodities Commission is talking about how to regulate Bitcoin and Ethereum and all that as commodities. The SEC is talking about how do we look at them as securities.
Even
and then
futures.
the Reserve Bank. Yeah. The Reserve Banks are looking at it from the point of view of money. Now, guess what? None of these entities have encroached on the other's constitutional authority or jurisdiction. Whereas when you come to Nigeria, you begin to see some encroachments, whereby once the central bank says, don't do this, all of the other entities set up by legislature with their separate statutes, such as the SEC, such as the FIRS, such as the EFCC, such as the NDIC, they are all automatically paralyzed. They don't go anywhere. As a matter of fact, in this country, the SEC came up to say that we believe that digital assets are innovative and we want to regulate them. They issued a statement, October 2020. It was well celebrated across Africa and around the world. Nigeria was ready. Why? Because the SEC understood that this is the future. And this is the time to regulate cryptocurrencies as assets.
I remember Timi Agama saying this even in 2019, that by 2020 the regulatory framework.
Thank you. And that was the result of a lot of efforts by the SEC and some other stakeholders about this. Yes. Now, what am I trying to say? When you leave the future of crypto in the hands of a central bank, I'm not talking about just the Nigerian central bank, every central bank in the world. When you leave crypto in the hands of any central bank in the world, no matter how responsible that central bank is, there will always be some level of malice, which is understandable. You cannot expect me to provide regulation to make what is considered an enemy to my currency safer. Why would I want to make my enemy safer? I would want my enemy to die, and die quickly. So why would I introduce regulation to make Bitcoin friendlier? Why? That's stupid. Only a mental person would do that. So everywhere in the world, people go to the legislature to have this conversation. Because this conversation is beyond the central bank of any country. Even the Reserve Bank of the US, you find that you find legislature, the US Congress, calling, come and explain to us your idea of cryptocurrencies. When they have listened, they say, okay, what you see is monetary policy risk, financial stability risk, we need sound economy, and what you see also, you see all the risk, all of the risk in the world. Cryptocurrencies are used for financing terrorism. Yeah. They are used by fraudsters, people of the underworld, and all that stuff. Legislatures hear that all the time. And then they call the SEC. Come and tell us what you think. He tells you. Commodities Commission, come and tell us what you think. They call the tax agencies. Come and tell us what you think. Who is calling our statutory entities in Nigeria to come and tell Nigerians what they think? Who is the Senate President asking the governor of the central bank, come and tell us what you think? And after he tells the whole world that it's all about criminality, are we asking the DG of the SEC too to come and tell? Are we calling the NDIC? Have we called the EFCC? Have we called even the FIRS? That is all about tax. We so talk a lot about how Nigerians are making billions of naira daily from cryptocurrencies, young people, rather than arresting these young men and women in the streets. Why don't you have your FIRS do its constitutional work by taxing the income from these young people and then save Nigeria from the poverty going on in the country presently? So what I'm trying to say is this. I was in a program where I was privileged to train some law enforcement agencies on cryptocurrency analytics and forensics. Yeah. Ben was there the other day. And guess what the interesting conversation was? In that room, the law enforcement agencies who were training did not realize that the e-naira was being introduced by the central bank. One. Secondly, in that room, they said that the CBN policy right now does not allow them enough room to go into investigations of cryptocurrencies. Now, everyone knows that there's the Economic Financial Crimes Commission Act. There's, of course, the act by other law enforcement agencies, the Nigerian Police Act. Why are we paralyzing other entities and institutions from doing their work? It's a disservice to this country. This is Nigeria. This is the most populous black nation in the world. This is potentially the most powerful nation from black Africa. And then we allow strong men to determine the course of over 200 million people. We need to strengthen our institutions. It should not be the case that someone in one office can determine where every entity set up by the legislature would do. It's questionable. As the president of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Association of Nigeria, and of course, in other capacities I play in the space, we have repeatedly reiterated to all stakeholders in the space, from the CBN to the SEC to the EFCC, even to the presidency, that you have to be cautious. What you are trying to prevent is exactly what you will get if you do not review what you're looking at. Because there's an irony about control. You want control. You want control. So you send everyone out of the room because you want control. When these people are out of the room, guess what? They are gaining control. If the CBN and some other stakeholders do not sit urgently and begin to think about how Nigeria will go back to January 2017, when the Central Bank of Nigeria, in its wisdom, said that we have seen cryptocurrencies. They are coming up fast. We do not regulate them. They are highly risky. But banks, financial institutions, listen up. Ensure that you ensure that all of these guys, the crypto entities, individuals, traders, exchanges, ensure that they comply with know your customer and anti-money laundering policies before you provide services to them. This was CBN in 2017.
Exactly, yeah.
A fantastic move, because that's what every other nation is doing. Go to the US, go to the UK, you go to even now India is having that conversation. It shouldn't be about ban, throw them out of the room, they are criminals. That is a failure of regulation. The purpose of regulation is to use the massive data at your disposal for you to maximize opportunities for your people and minimize risk. You don't say because they are bad actors in a particular space, you shut down the entire industry against access to banking and financial services, especially in a digital economy, is as good as right to life.
All right.
If you do not give people access to banking and financial services, then what Nigerian economy are you developing? We need to have that conversation. I would like to challenge the finance minister of the country. This is the time to get involved. We have seen what Governor Emefiele has been doing in the space. With all due respect, it's filled with a lot of misinformation. And that misinformation is going across, is sending wrong ripples across. Today, my brothers and sisters cannot drive safely across Nigerian road because the Nigerian police has wrongly misinterpreted.
Without being profiled.
That now, young people, you are all thieves. The central banks say you guys use crypto to finance terrorism. Therefore, we can molest you guys and extort money as we want. This is happening. I'm the president of the CBAN. Yeah. We get reports daily. And I feel sad. Nigeria is not a lawless country. We are sending wrong messages out there. Nigerians, the Nigerian youth, they are one of the most industrious, creative, entrepreneurial, and ethical Nigerian people you can find out there.
Absolutely.
No one should be profiling Nigerian youths. I say this, the only reason Nigeria is still alive today is because some Nigerian youths made it possible. It's because entrepreneurs are keeping this thing alive. Do you know how many Nigerians would have died this period if there were no entrepreneurs in this space? Do you know how much the crypto economy has generated for the country? And so someone tells you that crypto has caused so much loss of remittances. crypto has resulted in so much damage to the Nigerian economy. That's not correct.
Thank you.
Crypto has not removed any remittances. The remittances are coming even more
True.
and faster.
True.
What has changed is that the CBN and other regulators, we asked to police the space, decided to look away. They are not capturing it, but it's still coming. When they decide to capture, they will see all the remittances.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I was scared of stopping him in his track because I knew that he was, you know, oozing out gems, and I didn't want for you guys to come for me. That's why I allowed him to flow. Thank you so much, gentlemen. For want of time, which is a very limited resources I have today, we'll have to drop the curtain here. It's an amazing conversation we've had so far. I do hope that we can collect all of these as a communique and send to the relevant authorities. Mfo Ate did express her surprise when she was, you know, delivering, that she's surprised that some of the regulators are not here. We both giggled when she said that. But that's the truth. They're supposed to be here. They're supposed to be part of every single conference on blockchain, on artificial intelligence, on cryptocurrency, name it, across board. In 2017, you recall, Senator, in Civic Center, CBN was ably represented. They gave us the body language that they were looking in the direction that we were looking at. As a matter of fact, prior to that conference, they hosted a series of interfaces, Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Kaduna. There was CIBN's effort also in ensuring that this adoption is facilitated. But the hosts, the next moment, they are backbiting, in quotes. But we are hoping that eventually it will be an effort that both sides, the regulators and the users, will have a common ground on, so that the giant of Africa will truly be the giant of Africa in this conversation. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please put your hands together for them one more time. Chief Nwokedi, you can have a group picture, please. Chief Nwokedi of Red Swan, Senator Ehe of Siban, and Ben Nsikan of Binance. It is because I am too tall, that's why I don't want to join them in the picture. But maybe I should now. Senator Ehe and I used to be twins. You can see same complexion, almost same facial structure, but when we were in primary school and our parents gave us developmental fee, he pays his, I wasn't paying mine. So he was developing and I remained there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a very short break, 5 minutes. Use the break to go to the game stand for those of you who are given to games. There are merchandises that you can look at and pick up, and you can just do a stroll into the several exhibition stands. Okay, the exhibition stands are lined up all through the walkway, and then you take your right, or right behind you, you can also see some of the exhibition stands, and I'm sure that there are stands you love to visit. You'll be happy you went by. At the end of the event proper, we'll have the official exhibitions where you can take all of your time. But for now, please just make it a 5 minutes. Also socialize if you so want to do. Right after the break, which we will call you back for into the room, we shall be having a very, very fiery speaker, one that is also like Senator Ehe, Dr. Oluseyi Akindele. He doesn't look it, but when he starts talking, you don't want to leave, and you don't want to miss it, so please come back. Do enjoy your break. You go to Restaurant, you go to Digital and Code, you go to Haglex, you go to even NCC. You can go to any of the exhibition stands, but let's just dispense with these presentations. So at this point, I'd like to invite an unassuming, fine gentleman, one who is a friend to a lot of us in this space, but who also is an encourager as it comes to talk on building Nigeria's blockchain, co-founder and Chief Technical Officer of Digital and Code, Dr. Oluseyi Akindeyinde.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm not sure I'll be standing on there. I would like to mingle as usual. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oluseyi Akindeyinde. I'm the Chief Technical Officer of Digital and Code Limited. In some way, Digital and Code is sort of a mixture of the name of this conference, Cyberchain. We're a cybersecurity and a blockchain company. So you can see Cyberchain, so we encompass that. Today, I'm going to be talking about, the building ecosystems for blockchain ecosystems for Nigeria. And I'm glad that I'm coming on the back of the last, discussion segment, the panel discussants, where they talked about adoption. And part of what I was also going to be talking about today is, our adoption strategies for blockchain technology in Nigeria. And now we'll be looking at it basically from a slightly different perspective from, the panelists talking about, the public sector. I think that we, as ourselves, as the people in this room, can shape the narrative. One of the things we've realized is that we are leaving the shaping of the narrative of blockchain and this technology to the media. So what you see is whatever the media says, that's what the government is adopting. And not many people are paying attention to certain key things. In Nigeria here, every time we talk about blockchain, the next thing is always cryptocurrency. It goes beyond cryptocurrency. Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is one application of the blockchain technology. There are all sorts. I know in Nigeria there is a lot of poverty and all that, so we think that this is some sort of way to, help ourselves to make money and trade on Binance and FTX and all these exchanges. It goes beyond that, and there are things that I think that we should be looking at. But in order to look at it and building an ecosystem, we need key building blocks. We need knowledge. We do not have knowledge in this country. We're all looking at trading. Trading is but one arm. Trading won't even make you financially free. What will make you financially free are three things, especially as it relates to blockchain technology. Now, any key piece of technology that comes out, there are three things that you need to look at. Number one is, does it affect my bottom line? That means, does it make me money? Number two, does it save me money? And number three, does it solve a problem? Now, I'm going to look at a very simple use case that we can use the blockchain technology for, that I think that a lot of us here are not looking at. And once we look at that, I'll also be looking at building blocks, some of the key ideas and the knowledge that you need to have in order to build some of these things. For instance, every time you go to a blockchain conference, I will naturally expect that we should use the blockchain technology, because that's the only way that whoever, government, institutions, can understand. When you come here, maybe it's an indictment of us, the practitioners as well. Why can't we use the blockchain to leverage the blockchain to register? So when you were coming to this conference, you went on a website, you registered, you put your name, and they took your details. But yet, when you come here, you see a set of ladies, about 4 or 5 outside. They will check your name on a list, and then, present your ID, and they tick it. You see, one of the key things that the blockchain has come to help us solve is to solve that intermediate man-in-the-middle problem. Now, guess what? If you go onto the website and you register, why isn't there something like a Cyberchain app that you download? So once you key in your name, you put in your email, You download the app, it sends you 2 tokens, one for today, one for tomorrow. So once you key in, it just sends it to you. Now, you see, blockchain by itself is a trusted piece of technology. It's the only way by which you can move value from one place to the other. So if you issue 2 tokens, one for Friday, the 19th, another for... So I have 2 tokens. So when I come in today, all you need will be one person that will stand there with maybe an iPad and a QR code. As you're coming in, we all have mobile phones here, right? So you just come, you scan it, and you walk in. Simple, straightforward, no manual. Number 2, it allows you to do time stamping. So you can actually see the times that everybody has come in, the number of people that everybody, checked in. You do not need a human being there. Why is somebody not building that? Why is somebody not building, a company that will do that and go to all the events in Lagos and say, look, I have a blockchain verification system as technology. Just download my app, you issue tokens, and that is a money-making venture. It's not trading. But in order to build that, you need knowledge. The panelist, especially the senator, was talking about, I didn't know senator was his name, actually. I thought it was a senator. So when they said senator, he was talking about blockchain forensics, and government saying that people are using cryptocurrencies to do illegal activities. These things it is the blockchain, you can trace it. However, you cannot do blockchain forensics. You cannot begin to trace. You cannot even begin to have records when you don't understand how blockchains work. So I'm going to be talking about building blocks for blockchain. Number 1, the first thing is a lot of people don't even understand blockchain. Who can tell me the difference between a private key and a public key? If you do not know, how do you want to now be talking to government? We all use Binance and FTX. We store our cryptocurrencies there. How many people know the concept of a wallet? Real wallet. What is stored on the wallet? Where is the so-called cryptocurrency? Where is it stored? We hear mining on the internet, on the news. How many people, who can come here and confidently explain to me how mining is done? Nobody, because you've never done it. So when you read up on these things, and if you've not done it, it simply means that the people in the public sector have also not done it, and we are all taking what the media has said. Mining is simply, who knows nonce in computer science? The concept of nonce is guessing. You are just guessing. You are buying computers to guess a number to secure, transactions on the blockchain. Who understands the structure of a block? What is the constituent of a block header? You don't know. And we are talking about blockchain. Until we begin to look at the breakdown, once you start to understand that, then that is when you will know that, okay, the people in government are never going, regulation is always going to be catching up to innovation. That's why the people that are innovating they know that at some point, it's like when the internet came. If you remember, the first time Skype came, and the people regulating the America's, what's the equivalent of NCC? Can't remember. When they realized that people could make phone calls over the computer, there were some organizations like the telecoms companies that wanted to stop it. That this is going to encroach onto our territory. By the time people start to make calls over the internet, how are we going to make money? So there were all sorts of issues about banning Skype. That's why in some countries, you cannot use Skype. Even right now, if you go to Middle East, you can't even use WhatsApp call. Because they think that you are taking away. So they are using regulation, but you cannot regulate a piece of technology. No. You can regulate entities. You can regulate companies. You can regulate participants. You cannot regulate a piece of technology away. If somebody manufactures knife or gun, you can't say that technology does not. You can't put regulation on that piece of thing. But you can say what? For you to use this thing, these are, And that's what they did to Skype. And that's the same thing that's going to happen to. You can't, no government can stop the blockchain technology unless you unplug every nation from, the internet. And for as long as the internet exists, somebody has found, the Satoshi Nakamoto has found a way of moving value. Before now, there was no way of moving value. We were moving information. So I could send an email to you. Email is a digital component, but it wasn't valuable because you could create multiple copies. So if I send you an email, I can copy multiple people. But right now, we have a technology that allows me to move a digital piece of information, move it, not copy. So it starts to attain value. And that was when, Bitcoin came. So if you look at the technology, we need to study that technology. How many people understand the concept of how are transactions on the blockchain formed? What is input? What is output? Can someone explain the concept of UTXO for me? Unspent transaction output. How does it differ from my credits and debits that I have in my current system? So for us, in order to convince government, we need to start using these languages so that when you understand what currently exists, you can explain to them. Moving on to the second body of knowledge. I've talked about proof of work. Proof of stake. How does that differ? What is the difference between an account-based model of blockchain transaction and a UTXO model of blockchain transactions? What is a smart contract? I was talking about coming here and issuing tokens for us to log in. That's an example of a smart contract. You can program the token such that it only works. So if you issue a token that can work for Friday the 19th, if you try and use it on Saturday, even though it is for the same event, it will not log you in. And you are rest assured that it will not log you in. And there is no beg, sir. There is no database administrator that you will beg to say, please, I bought this token for Friday. I didn't come on Friday. Can I use it on Saturday? No. You just can't. This thing would bounce it back and you cannot enter. It's not you talking. You have outsourced that mental thinking to the code. And code does not discriminate. It's either it works or it does not work. Look at simple things like voting. We've been talking about electronic voting. How come nobody has we're not even talking about voting at the national level. We're talking about even our country club voting. Why can't somebody come up with a situation where, okay, you have two people that want to contest for a post of a president of a national association of the blockchain. Simple thing, issue 2 tokens. Has anybody downloaded the eNaira wallet? Now, where I'm going is, as simple as that eNaira wallet is, as simple as it is, it can serve a lot of multiple use cases. And I'll give you an example with this voting. Now, if you download the eNaira wallet, it gives you a wallet address that is mapped to a name. So you have a wallet address that is mapped to, mine is mapped to O Akindeinde. Yours may be mapped to your first initial. And so imagine two people were contesting for the post of a president of a national association. And we decided to use just that simple technology to do voting. How would it work? Now, imagine a situation where you create your wallet address, you are candidate A, and candidate B also creates the wallet address. Then all of us that are, after registering for voting, we download the wallet, we're all issued with one eNaira. So when you register, you go and vote, you put down your name, your BVN, whatever, they issue you one eNaira. So let's assume there are 100 of us in this room. Each one of us would have one eNaira mapped to us. That eNaira will be configured, will be programmed. Because it's smart contract, you can program it in such a way that you can only use it for a specific purpose. So if I'm giving you one eNaira per wallet, it simply means that first of all, you've taken out that whole angle of vote selling. Like, so I can't send my 1 e-naira to you because if it sees that 2 e-naira coming from one account, it will automatically invalidate your vote. So on the day of election, you simply tell, if I want to vote for candidate A, send your 1 e-naira to who? Candidate A's wallet address. If you want to vote for candidate B, send your 1 e-naira to candidate B. And guess what? Because it is on the blockchain, at the end of the vote, the day election, it is transparent. You don't even have to announce. You just go onto the Block Explorer. You see the total total e-naira for candidate A. You tally it, maybe 60. Total for candidate B, 40. Who wins? Simple and straightforward. You know the time they voted. You will be able to audit that no 2 votes did not come from one person. That's how to start to use this technology. So people start to see that, okay, so there are benefits, but if you don't have the knowledge, you are not going to be able to do that. So building an ecosystem also means building the knowledge. People having the knowledge, the technical know-how. Then we move on to things like finance. If you look at the fintech ecosystem has moved far. They are securing, hundreds of millions in VC funding. Look at what they're doing with APIs. We need to start to do the same thing here. We need to understand what the current system, the model. There is a lot of opportunity. There are loads of opportunities on the blockchain. Loads. But in order to take advantage of these things, we also need to have serious knowledge. Credit, debit, credit ratios, leverage, market making. We need to understand all these things. Okay, look at a simple use case again is, when was the last time a company went to the stock exchange to do an IPO? A normal, regular company. This is something that happens every single day in the US. You start a company, you need capital, you have an idea. Say, for instance, you have an idea to build these electronic registration systems for blockchain, and you want to raise funds. Where do you go? Why can't someone create a small, nimble capital raising exchange on the blockchain? So you want to raise funds. Yes, it will go through all sorts of scrutinies and regulations and stuff like that. So you just build it. And so you need to raise, say, 10 million for your idea. You go to this thing, they verify, they vet everything, and you issue, your shares in the form of tokenized assets, which the CEO of the Red was talking about. Yes, you can tokenize buildings, but you can also tokenize things. Let me even give you an idea. A simple one is electronic tickets. Now, if you are a content creator in Nigeria, maybe you're like a comedian and you want to have a show, say in this hotel. You want to have a show. Now, if you want to have a show and you're a comedian, you have content, 2 ways for you to raise money. Either to come up with the money by yourself, or you go to the bank for a loan. Now, why can't you crowdsource that fundraising? You already know that you're going to have people coming. So why can't you issue tokens in the form of ticket? So you have people pre-buy the ticket. So that way you are raising funds from people that would attend your show. So I go and register Olu's comedy show for December. Each person, let's say the ticket is 5,000. I issue a ticket. Each token will be worth 5,000 naira. So you go on the blockchain, you buy it. I get the money up front. So number one, I bypass the bank. I'm not going to be paying, loads of interest rates. So I get the money up front. I can even give a discount for people that. So on the day, once you buy it, I issue you a token onto your mobile phone. That would be a utility token that you would use to gain entrance into the event on that day. Why is nobody thinking of all these use cases? Why? Because we can't write smart contracts. If you can write smart contracts, then you should be able to build this kind of thing. That's how to build. So in our ecosystem, we need to build knowledge. How many people have traded on a decentralized exchange? I'm not talking about Binance or FTX. How many people have traded on a decentralized exchange like Uniswap or SushiSwap? Now, what's the difference? What's the key difference between a Binance and FTX and a decentralized exchange? Now, you see, with DeFi, decentralized finance, they came up with a model that how do you get, what gives cryptocurrency its value? It's you and I. So they have centralized order books. They have centralized order books. Somebody came and said, why do we have to have centralized order books? Because if you have why is Binance the biggest exchange? Because there are a lot of people using it. The day you all take out your money off Binance, they are not going to have liquidity. So somebody thought about it that, why? And Binance is big because they're making money off transaction fees. So when you have bids and asks, somebody puts in a market order, limit order, and then somebody takes up that limit order. That difference goes to Binance. Somebody said, no, why can't we have an exchange whereby the people providing liquidity on those exchanges would make that money? So they came up with something called a constant product market making formula that says that if you're making market for two crypto pairs, the price will be determined by the product of those pairs. And then they will now charge you a transaction fee that will now go to the people that are providing liquidity. So that way they have decentralized the money-making bit of it. So you can make money off creating a market for two pairs. That is a money. Somebody thought of it and put it on the. We can do the same thing. If you look at our Nigerian Stock Exchange, there is barely liquidity. If you want to sell your shares today, and then that process is long. Secondly, if you have, say, Bank A shares, and I have Bank B shares, and you want Bank B shares, and I want Bank A shares, there is no way for us to mutually exchange. You have to go through the process of going to clearing, CSCS, custodian, and then I have to go. Why is somebody not building some sort of exchange system where I can go and tokenize that share, and then we do an exchange? Those are some of the things that I think we should, be looking at. So that's why in building our ecosystem, I will task the organizers to set up some sort of technical. We are all talking about the same thing: trading. There are things called decentralized autonomous organizations now. These are organizations that run completely on the blockchain through code. They are not governed by humans. So in building that, we also need to understand some of these technologies. So for me, because of time, I was hoping that this was going to be interactive. Huh? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Sam. So you asked several questions. Why can't? How many? Who counted? There were a lot. And then you gave one answer, and I want to ask if that's the only answer. You said if it will be possible when we learn smart contracts. Is that the only answer?
No, that's not the only answer. That's just one of the answers.
Okay, I want to drop some, because I think I know some of them. Right, is that okay? So I've been in the blockchain space for a while, for a couple of years, and most of the things you're talking about, I've seen people build it. The voting stuff, right? I've seen two guys in the blockchain space, they built it. It worked, right? The voting stuff for election, e-ticketing, they worked. They did it and it worked. The biggest challenge that I saw they had Nigerians don't want to use stuff built by Nigerians. There are a lot of guys out there that have learned smart contracts. Thousands of them, right? I remember several years ago, one of our platforms, the name is there, I will not mention, she had serious issues. Not because there was nobody to build a smart contract. Who's going to use it? We have this mindset that it has to come from the abroad to be authentic. We can build and use our solutions. Part of the reasons why US is big today is because they are a producing nation. They are not consuming. What about China? So, yeah, learning the smart contract is a part, right? But having the mindset that the Nigerian economy, the Nigerian blockchain and cryptocurrency ecosystem will be built and used by Nigerians is the next step. Those platforms out there that are in quotes big are not big because they want to be big. We made them big. You see, someone posted something on Facebook and said that Nigeria is one of the top countries with the biggest volume in the world, right? And I think Nigeria is what position? Is it number 1 or number 2 when it comes to volume? How many of those volumes is coming from here? Is used by any of these Nigerian platforms? So I think that's one of the biggest issues. So it's a local mindset problem, even the education is a part.
Well, whilst you have a point, I will not totally agree that it is a local mindset. I remember I said at the beginning, uses of technology, does it make money, does it save money, does it solve a problem? If it solves a problem, sir, you will get users. If you have someone who has built, you see, the technologies we use, do you know the MD of MasterCard? Do you know the MD of Visa? Do you know the MD of InterSwitch? You don't.
So you said when you build or use, right? When Ethereum came, they had some issue. I don't know if you're aware, right? Even Solana had issue recently where they had to, is it Solana, that they had to stop the blockchain? Solana, right? They had an issue. So no company or startup came out without an issue, without any form of issue. So it is not about building a platform that will not have issue at all. I just thought to find that out.
And we're saying the same thing. And I'll give you a personal example. Look, I run a company called Digital Encode. It's 18 years this year. So if you think I look young now, think about how I looked 18 years ago. That time too, it's a B2B company. We consult for all the banks in this country. So at the time, and what we primarily do in our company when we started was ethical hacking. So we go to organizations and we try to hack them. At the time, the same thing, like, oh, you're a black man, oh, what knowledge do you have to be able to tell me that, you know, my network as a global bank is secure? But because we had the knowledge and the expertise, they looked beyond once you can offer. So if you pick, like those your friends that have built e-voting, don't let them, look, the problem we have is we have the contractopreneur problem in Nigeria. So once you have a product, you want to start selling it at the very highest level. It's not going to work. You see, sometimes products will sell themselves. So if you have like that e-voting, for instance, or e-ticketing, don't let them start by selling tickets to celebrities. You start with small events, 10 people. Like this kind of event, if you had an app that was doing it, and you were mandated that for you to come to this conference, you'd have to download the app and use it. So imagine the number of this kind of, 100, 200 man conferences. You start to do, you amass a portfolio of 100 events that they have used your ticketing. At some point, you're saying that people don't like to use Nigerian products. We use a lot of Nigerian products. All the fintech products we are using, are they not built by Nigerians? A lot of the fintech products we are using now, all these apps, they are built by Nigerians. We don't even know until a few companies sponsored the Big Brother Nigeria. We didn't even know that the MDs were so young. Because those products work. If they work, people will use it. Blockchain is just a tool for you to leverage. It's a piece of technology that takes out the middleman. If you build a solution today that leverages, for instance, when federal government issues bonds and you buy bonds, if you have a technology that works and people start to use it, that technology will be adopted. We have the experience in my company. We are the #1 cybersecurity provider for Nigeria today because whatever solution we are given is working. So they are looking beyond. You are not bothered when your car has problems and you want to fix it. Are you bothered about whether the person who is doing it is Wasiu or as long as what? You call him? Exactly. Once he can fix it, you go back to him. Even if somebody says, take your car to Jermaine or whatever, you will go back to that local guy because you are not bothered about...
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Shei. I have one more question for you. Forgive me, I'm trying to manage time as much as I possibly can. This question is, you mentioned that no government can stop blockchain technology. Do you think your government will stop the technology by legislating? And if or when they eventually do, should stakeholders continue to build?
Number one, they can't stop it in that way. They can put regulations in place to limit what you can do with it. They will limit, just like with the internet. Now, it's a bit like when government issued something about blocking Twitter. But are we not using Twitter? Okay, you're not using it, but you're not using it because you don't want to. But there are VPNs, there are technologies in place that would allow you, unless they can stop VPN technology, and they can't. Once they can't stop VPN technology, it means that if you want to circumvent technology, even in China, where unless they uproot the internet, even in China, people use, that's why they call it the China firewall. You can pierce through it and use it. So what you can do is you can limit what you can do with that piece of technology. You cannot stop it. And if they try to, people will, just like with the crypto, that the central bank stopped banks from interfacing, people are doing what? Peer-to-peer. In fact, if you go to some organizations, police stations have become a place where people go and trade crypto. So for instance, I want to buy maybe 5 million naira worth of Bitcoin, and I don't trust you. I know you have. We meet at the police station. They take their own fees. Yes. You meet at police station, you say, so that when after transferring to you and me, it's not that I'll be going, you will shoot me now. No, we will go our way, you will go here, I go here, policeman will be in the middle. Once you have disappeared, they've taken their course, they go in. So there will always be those kind of things that will bypass those legislatures. You cannot stop legislatures to stop.
Thank you very much. Please put it up together for Dr. Shei. Even though I know that a few media organizations still go to Twitter, some government functionaries still go to Twitter, I stand to tell that I, Isioma Ibigwe, I am not on Twitter. Officially, I'm communicating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want us to fly with speed, and I'll want to appeal to the rest speakers to please keep to the allotted 20 minutes each. It will help us a great deal. Thank you. The need for cloud computing is the next discussion, and it will be coming from the Chief Executive Officer of Cloudflex Computing. Please put your hands together for Mr. Remy Adejumo. As it is customary with us here, keep the applause going until he takes the mic.
Thank you very much. I think I have a Just to give you a bit about my background, I've worked in technology for 35 years. I've worked in the UK, I've worked in France, Belgium, Switzerland, and I used to head IT infrastructure for EcoBank. And this is where, in 2012, I set up a private cloud then, at the time when EcoBank were buying Oceanic Bank. And I used cloud technology in order to migrate large amount of workloads and to make life easy for the application team and for the applications that Oceanic and EcoBank were using at that time. So in 2016, when I left the bank, I decided to, I felt there was a huge gap in the market for a public cloud platform. And at the time, one of the decisions I made when I was in the bank was to move the EcoBank backup infrastructure to a data center. And when I was trying to make that decision in 2012, there were very few data centers to choose from. Main one was still being built. When I went there, it was a building site in 2012, 2013. And I could only go for what was available then. Between then and now, there's been a lot of data centers built. I think we have about 6 or 7 tiered data centers in Nigeria today. So I just wanted to say that just as a background and just as a precursor to my presentation today. I'm going to try and rush through this so that I can do this within the 20 minutes allotted time. One of the things that I'm trying to get through in my presentation is to explain some of the misconceptions about cloud. There's so much thought about it and so much people imagine as to what cloud is all about. But I hope that I'll be able to at least clarify the point. And I say that with all humility. I'm not saying it in an arrogant way, but it's just to really just clarify where it is and how it fits in with everything else that we've talked about today. So if I had the next slide. So I just, you know, this is a picture of Nigeria. 60% of the country is under 26. The significance of that is that there's an abundance of talent, ability. Even I always say to myself, and as I said to you, I've worked for 35 years, I believe that the generations, the millennials, the Gen Zs that are coming is filled with a lot of talent and ability. It's boundless. I mean, what's coming out of Nigeria? I mean, that's why I mentioned about the fact of the unicorns. All the guys that are involved in these unicorns are young guys. This is made in Nigeria that is resonating in the world. Nigeria is the 7th most populous country in the world, but we're going to be 3rd in 2050 at the rate at which the population is going. We'd only be behind India and China. So there are good points of it, there are bad points of that. But the third one is actually quite a disappointing statistics. We only have 62% literacy in Nigeria. It's something we need to watch out for, because as the population increases, it's going to dilute the literacy, including the fact that there's a dearth of education. And I underpin that with the fact of saying, this is one of the things in technology, and I think it's been articulated by the other speakers that have spoken today, is that we need to learn these things, and there needs to be a lot more teaching. There's not enough teaching us about the technologies, whether it's blockchain, whether it's cryptocurrency, whether it's even just the development. Some of the skills that these people have, I think it should be more widespread, because if you look at the numbers of people and the ability we have in Nigeria, we're not even taking advantage of what we have. Next slide. What is cloud computing? Again, I just want to put a definition down to say that cloud computing is an on-demand availability of computing resources located in a data center. So I say this because I tell people say, what do you do? I said, I'm a cloud platform. And they say, oh, like Rack Center? And I said, no, I'm in Rack Center. Rack Center is a data center. I'm a cloud platform. What I've done is I've taken a whole lot of computer infrastructure and I've put it in Rack Center and I've built a cloud platform. The software to build the cloud platform, it's called a hypervisor. So I've put a hypervisor on computer hardware so that I can create several servers for people to be able to use. That's what it's about. Again, I read articles where people have written, and when they're writing, I read one article, the author started writing about cloud hosting. Next thing he was talking about web hosting, and then he interchanged cloud hosting with web hosting. They're two very different things. Web hosting talks about hosting websites. Websites is not the same thing as having virtual machines and having virtual servers to host your workloads. So they're two distinct things, and we've got to be careful about how the terminology is used and what we're talking about in terms of cloud computing. Next slide, please. So if this is just talking about the world picture of cloud computing, AWS is the largest platform. They've got 40% of the world market, followed by Azure. They're head-to-head. They battle each other, but Azure is still 50% of what AWS is all about. Google is coming up behind them. Google is doing a lot of things, but they're still, their market share is still quite small. And the overall market share is about $300+ billion. China has got only 20 billion. China is a closed market. China does not allow any of those companies to operate within their country. And in Africa, it's, the cloud revenue is about 1.2 billion. And in Nigeria, the cloud revenue, and this is an estimate, this is my estimate from my calculation, Nigeria, I think, is about $450 million. Now, 90% of that $450 million is sitting up there. It's not sitting in Nigeria. So just to link this to what was being talked about before, I do agree with the question that was being asked, that we like not made in Nigeria. We don't like what is made in Nigeria, and I'll talk a bit more about that. But the thing is that there's $450 million of cloud expenditure by Nigerian companies. And if that money is not spent in Nigeria, we're not going to develop our markets, we're not going to develop our country, we're not going to develop our people. And we need to. Please remember the previous slide I gave you. There's over 120 million people under 26, talented people waiting to be infused with the ability to be able to use that talent, that knowledge and everything to be able to make us world leaders in technology. And I believe we can be leaders in Africa and we can be sort of in the world. Because if not for that, I don't see how Andela could be as successful as they are. Because Andela was successful or is successful with Nigerians. If we have the next slide, please. So there are about 5 local cloud providers. We, Cloudflex, are the only providers that are not doing other businesses. All the other 4 providers also do connectivity. We don't do connectivity. We're a native cloud platform built from the ground up. There are about 10 tiered data centers in Nigeria. So what I call a tiered data center is that the data center has been certified by Uptime. And I'll talk more about that. And as I've said before, 95% of the cloud business is outside of Nigeria. What I've mentioned before. So some of the things that we just mentioned about Nigeria, Nigeria is behind the curve in terms of cloud adoption. Even before the lockdown and COVID last year, all companies in Europe, that's why prior to, I mean, when you talk of 2019, 2020, the revenue from cloud computing was well over 100 billion. Even the American government, even the American Secret Service are all on AWS. So everybody has gotten onto the cloud train and they're all working on that. And this is the public cloud I'm talking about, not talking about building a private cloud. And yet, I would say that we are more in line to use the cloud because we are affected by rising costs. We are affected by low revenue because the depreciation of the naira means that it cuts down on our revenue and the ability to sort of earn. And also, we have a lot more security challenges than most places in the world. And I said, COVID effect also has an impact on service delivery. When we had the lockdown, you know, a lot of people were dependent on people staying in their offices, you know, filling the generators with diesel, being there in their data centers and in their server rooms and all, making sure the servers were up. So a lot of companies suffered last year. And even abroad, in Europe and in America, COVID made a lot more people decide to, you know, to automate and to use data centers more. That's one of the reasons why you had the problem with Facebook a month or so ago, when they were doing the upgrade and they found that they made a mistake. Because everything was automated, they didn't have anybody physical that could go to the data center and quickly switch things off. I hear that it was so bad that even their doors were automated and their doors were controlled by their servers. And the servers that were down, they couldn't even get into the offices themselves. they had to override those computers to get in. And also, we have a very, very low spend on technology. I think as a country, the businesses and the government can do a lot better in the amount of money that invested in technology. You know, technology derives efficiency, and it gives us so many benefits. And I think that spending more money will make more money for us as an economy, as a government, and as people who are in business. Next slide, please. So, I'm saying these are the Nigerian characteristics of the Nigerian effect. I'm saying that data centers and cloud platforms complement the hyperscalers. Hyperscalers is the word for the big cloud companies, so the AWS, the Azure, and things like that. Now, why I say they complement them, I don't know whether you guys are aware, there are about 8 subsea cables that land in Nigeria today. And Google and Facebook are both landing their own cable in Nigeria. Now, they would not be making such an investment if they didn't see the potential in this country. If there was not a potential, they would not be putting millions of dollars in landing cables into Nigeria. The advantage, sorry, one before you go to that. So the advantage of us, we've got a lower latency. Latency basically defines the time it takes for you to, to call for something from the cloud and back. If you work on AWS and Azure, it takes you about 300 milliseconds. If you work on a cloud platform in Nigeria, it takes you 20 milliseconds. So we're about 1/10 of the time and the response time in terms of that. Stability of currency. Again, touching on the thing that people prefer abroad to local, it amazes me that over the last 18 months, there's been a drop of more than 80% on the value of the dollar. Yet, that means that the people who sit on AWS and Azure are paying 80% more money than they would if they were sitting on a local cloud. And yet, they're still out there, which means they're spending more money on their cloud platform than this. To tell you this, there are 9 or 10 digital banks in Nigeria. Every single one of them are sitting outside Nigeria. And every single one of the tier 1 banks in Nigeria have got a presence on AWS or Azure. And so if you're not going to spend money in Nigeria, how are you going to contribute to the growth of technology in Nigeria? How are you going to contribute to the human capital and the development of human capital in Nigeria? Next slide, please. So just to touch on this thing of made in Nigeria, this is the things that are said. Cloud is not safe. Cloud is safer than your on-premise. The security, the setup of a cloud platform is far more secure than what you have on any on-premise system. And that's a fact. You can check on Gartner or any of even security things that are said. There's far more security in a cloud platform than anything else. I wrote an article which was talking about the fact that the revenue is $450 million in cloud and everything. And this article was published in Twitter. And I got quite a lot of abuse. And some of the things that were said was that I knew nothing about cloud. I don't know what I'm talking about, because the people who were writing in Twitter claimed that we had no data centers in Nigeria. Yet, there are at least 6, 7 of them that are certified by Uptime Institute sitting here in Nigeria. So, despite the power instability, because of the sheer size of power and infrastructure of a data centers are able to have constant power and provide a stable platform for data centers and all activities in a data center. I always say to it, my primary cloud platform sits in Rack Center. Rack Center has been in operation since 2016. Since 2016 till today, Rack Center has not had 1 second of downtime. Nigerian company in Nigeria. Facebook can't say that, AWS can't say that, Azure can't say that. Last week, Google was down, and they can't say that. But a company in Nigeria can say for the past 7 years, or is it what, 6 years, they've not had 1 second of downtime. And I can assure you, every single person involved in the building, in the operating, and in the management of Rack Center is a Nigerian. There's no foreigner involved in there. So please note that, and please check that out if you don't agree with what I say. So, and I'm saying performance, nothing works in this part of the world. Please, as I said, A unicorn is a company that is worth, a startup that is worth more than $1 billion. There are 4 of them in Nigeria, and there are more coming up, set up by young Nigerians. There's no rocket science about these guys, and it's a lot for us to be proud about, and for us to say that there's hope for all of us as Nigerians. And that's where we should focus on, and that's what we should talk about, rather than talk about the negativity of the country. When you talk of the build, Tier 3 in Nigeria is the same thing as a Tier 3 in America. All our data centers that are tiered in Nigeria are as good as any other data center in America. If people do not believe that or know that, it's the same company. Please go to the website of Uptime Institute. Uptime Institute goes through a very rigorous process before they certify a data center. They certify Rack Center, they certify Main One, they certified MTN, they certified Cloud Exchange, which is a Tier 4 data center, and the first Tier 4 data center in operation. So what are we talking about? This is Nigeria. And yet we say that we don't have data centers in Nigeria. I think we need to read more about it and know what we have in Nigeria and know about the ability and the things in there. One of the things I'm just going to say, just off the top of my head, go check up in Cisco for CCI. CCI is the highest qualification in Cisco. And look at the number of Nigerians that have a CCI certification. There's so many of them. The talents, the knowledge, the ability in this country is second to none as far as I'm concerned. Next slide. So, you say, why technology cannot advance without cloud computing? Guys, guess what? We've talked this morning about cybersecurity. We've talked about blockchain. None of them can exist without cloud computing. They just can't. So, if we're developing these things and we're not looking at sitting on cloud platforms locally, I think we're only doing half a job. And we're not having a true development in there. One of my dreams and one of my intentions as I go on and as I do what I'm doing is to train as many people that I can in this country. My aim is to train as many people in cloud computing and for them to have a good understanding of the platform, because I believe it's the future and I believe that there's so much more to give in there. We can't be talking about all the technologies that sit on cloud without having to know how the cloud is set up ourselves. We need to understand that so that when we do the things above it, we can do in there. If you go and look at it, go and Google the top jobs today around the world. Cloud computing is in the top 5. So all the things that we talk about, if we move on to the next slide. Yeah, I just want to talk a bit about this. This is all to talk about the legal things and the legal ramifications about cloud computing and all that. And just to explain this, because people don't understand this. When you sit on AWS, what it means is that, so for example, if you are regulated by the CBN and you sit on AWS, if something goes wrong or AWS decides to do something against your data that is sitting on their platform, you have absolutely no control and you can do nothing about what they do. So there's 3 definitions: data sovereignty, data residency, data localization. Data localization is the most important one, which talks about keeping data within the region it originates from. That's very, very key. And if you go on to the next slide, I'll explain why. In 2001, after the 9/11, the Americans came out with the Patriot Act. Patriot Act basically said that if anybody threatens America, and America feels that there's something threatening to them, they have every right to do whatever they can to nullify that threat. And I'm talking from a data perspective. Now, in 2001, we didn't have data centers, we didn't have cloud platforms. So really, they were just talking about data, the fact that they could pick up your computer, they could get onto your data or whatever they wanted to do. In 2018, they brought out something called the Cloud Act. And what the Cloud Act said was that they recognized that there was a development of cloud around the world, and AWS had regions or availability zones around the world. And the law, what the Cloud Act says, is that if they suspect someone, and by the way, they don't need a court order and they don't need probable cause, because that's what, from a legal perspective, you have to do that before you can arrest or get at somebody. But this act does not need any of that. If they feel anybody is a threat to America, they have every right to tell AWS, Microsoft, Google to hand over the data or to hand over that person's infrastructure. Now, if you then take the next thing, which is the GDPR. GDPR was set up in Europe in 2018, which basically said that the owner of the data has a right to his data, and he has to give permission before you can touch his data. The first two American laws are at loggerheads to that. So today, the American government and Europe are quietly talking because they're at odds with each other, because the American law threatens the GDPR, and GDPR feels that they need to sort this out. But rather than talk about it publicly, they're doing it quietly and trying to find a resolution. At the same time, in 2018, 2019, NITDA brought out the NDPR, which is Nigeria's version of the GDPR, basically saying your data is yours, somebody has to get permission before they touch your data. But when you have 95% of Nigerians sitting on American platforms, what it means is that you're subject to the first two laws. The next two has absolutely no power against your data. So if tomorrow they decide that Remi Adejimo is a person of interest and his data is sitting on AWS or Azure, they have every right to take my data and there's nothing I can do about it. Now imagine if you're a critical business in Nigeria and all of a sudden you wake up on a Monday morning and you're not able to access your data. No Nigerian authority has anything that they can do to support or help you because your data is not in the jurisdiction of the Nigerian government. And that's one of the biggest gaps as far as I'm concerned, from legislation, from the licensees. If you look at CBN, PENCOM, NICOM, and everybody that regulates in Nigeria, if you sit your data outside Nigeria, you are at the mercies of the authorities there. It's very, very telling. Just to give one more story about this, in 2018, there was a huge fight between Microsoft and the American government. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The minute America signed the Cloud Act into law, Microsoft dropped their challenge of the American government. And if anybody has read the book by Edward Snowden, you'll see what the NSA has done as far as data is concerned. Really, really interesting, and it's amazing. But I don't want to get into that controversy, but it's very, very interesting. If you ever have an opportunity to read the book, please read the book, and you'll see the extent of America's view and America's attitude as far as data is concerned. Which is why I think, personally, Microsoft and Amazon were cynical by setting up data centers in Johannesburg and Cape Town. I don't believe that it was a strategic thing. For anybody who operates on AWS today, please go and look at your availability zone and tell me whether Cape Town shows up as an availability zone. And secondly, if you have any resources that you can use in any of those regions or availability zones on AWS. I think that's... Is there another slide on there? That's it. Oh, there is one more. Yeah. So future outlook. So this is just talking about. So what is the sort of the strengths, or what are the key things as far as cloud computing is concerned with Nigeria? We have so much. People talk about the fact that Nollywood is the third biggest music industry in the world. But guess what? We have no platform for Nollywood in Nigeria. If anybody makes a film today and wants to publish their film, they publish it on YouTube. So that's a use of cloud computing in Nigeria. Look at the proliferation of cinemas today. We have over 30 cinemas in Nigeria today. Do you know that every new film that comes out, it is physically flown from America to Nigeria? And from when it lands in Nigeria, they physically copy it onto physical hard disks and they deliver it to each cinema. We have the network, we have the cloud platform, all of this can be done electronically. But we choose to carry this thing and behave as if we're still back in the 19th century. Look at music. Look at music. We have incredible musicians. We have Grammy-winning musicians in Nigeria. But guess what? All the revenue and all the money that comes from that is going into Apple, Spotify. I think Boomplay is African, but none of their platforms sit in Nigeria. There's no platform sitting in Nigeria. I believe we have the capability and capacity for us to be the platform for Africa. You should see the amount of money that is made by Apple and Spotify from downloading music across the world. It's in billions of dollars. So I put Credit Bureau, but what I was trying to do was I was looking at people who use big data. Even banks, banks need, they need artificial intelligence and machine learning. There's no local storage. There's nothing for big data. We talk about AI, we talk about machine learning in Nigeria. We can never do AI and machine learning in a large scale if we don't have large repository. Artificial intelligence and machine learning depend on large data. That's what data lakes are about. That's what Hadoop's about. That's what big data is about. But if you don't have large repository and large storage, you can't do any of this. And guess what? You can import many things from America, but you cannot import behavioral data from America. You can only grow it locally. So everything about Nigeria, what's happened in Nigeria in the last 20, 30 years, can only come from Nigeria. It can't come from anywhere else. So that's the thing about it. Big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning, even Internet of Things. Internet of Things is dependent on smart city, automating things around the country. There's a lot that Lagos State is doing in that regard. But all those things can never exist without cloud computing. And even the most basic things, everybody that has a smartphone here is connected to the cloud. So without the cloud, your smartphone wouldn't give you even 40% of all the things that you enjoy today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Romeo Dejomo. I imagine that some persons might have questions to ask, but if that is the case, we might have to take the questions right after the next session. The special advisor to the Vice President has been online waiting, so thank you very much. Can we usher him out with another applause, please? So there's been the debate whether Made in Nigeria is patronized or not. Please do know that I am 100% Made in Nigeria as your MC. After this conference, I will put to test whether you patronize me at your own event or not. That will be the test. We have a message, a commercial message from Strata today. We'll take the 30 seconds commercial message and we would receive the special advisor to the Vice President. Strata today, please. Technical, is it coming? Right after that, the special advisor to the Vice President on new media will be talking on the role of new media in enabling the digital economy. That's in keeping with faith, the theme of Cyberchain 2021, enabling the digital economy. Whichever is ready, let me know if she's there. All right, shall we? All right. Shall we receive the special advisor to the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, as she talks on the role of new media in enabling the digital economy. Please do welcome Ilsa Ibilola Essien. Yeah, you can applaud. You can applaud. She's online already. I'm sure she's hearing us. If you may just hold on a bit, ma'am. We can't hear you yet, save for those of us on the platform.
alongside innovations in technology and how people interact with it. At some point, the definition of new media was the online newspaper. Today, it's gone beyond that to include podcasts and smartphone apps. As new technologies developed and widely adopted, what is considered new continues to morph. Once upon a time, it was DVDs and CDs, which were the latest ways to watch movies. But now streaming services such as Netflix and Spotify, they're more popular. The primary function of digital media is more than just a disseminating tool. It has, through its various uses, transitioned an otherwise analog economy that used to rely on traditional media for its amplification and dissemination to a digital economy connecting the world at your fingertips. The digital age, we know, began to unfold at some point, second half of the 20th century, as computer technology slowly infiltrated different industries and they moved into the public sphere. Digital economy is expanding at a very fast pace. And in just a few years, the platform has transitioned from being a luxury thing to an absolute necessity. It is therefore evolved from being merely a storage space to being the backbone of many economies today. From government organizations to your young budding startups, the role of new media cannot be undermined. As a communication tool, new media has efficiently stirred people and businesses towards going digital, taking advantage of the stack of data available to them through the use of the internet to both grow their businesses to aid in developing interventions. The rise of new media has increased communication between people all over the world. People in these virtual communities are constantly exchanging pleasantries, conducting commerce, finding love, collaborating on various projects. And new media has radically broken the connection between the physical and the social place, making physical location much less significant for social and business relationships. Granted, the digital economy is the worldwide network of economic activities, commercial transactions, and professional interactions that are enabled by information and communications technology. But we've seen that through new media, we've seen the rise of digital platforms such as Amazon, Uber, Airbnb in Nigeria, Jobberman, Konga, Flutterwave, Paystack, PayVest. The companies connect market participants together in a virtual world. They reveal optimal prices and generate trust between strangers in new ways. So an example was maybe in the time of my grandmother, if she needed to open a bank account, she had to physically go to the bank, fill forms, and you can do some of those things still are around, but these days one can open a form, withdraw money without even stepping out of your house. You can conduct transactions or whatever commerce, just from your smartphone or from your computer. So that is helping to generate trust between strangers in a new and special way. And all of this could not have been accomplished without new media. And I'd say maybe 65%, specifically social media. The digital economy has simplified the process of advertising your products. You've taken away the role of the middleman and you've placed the power to create and benefit from those businesses and interventions. So anyone who wants to do something, before you would probably need a team of advertisers or a marketing team. But these days, I want to start selling ribbons, for example. All I have to do is use my smartphone to take a picture, use platforms that are free, like perhaps Instagram or Twitter or whichever platform I want to use, take pictures and then start selling on it. And a stranger in Ebonyi State or a stranger in Abia State, for example, would order from me, never met me before. They just trust that whatever it is that I'm representing, that I'm selling, I have. And once we're able to do transactions bank to bank, without either of us ever leaving the house, we've conducted business. And, as the business gets, as my small business possibly gets bigger, I probably look for a payment platform so I can accommodate, payments from other countries as well, and stuff. And again, that's how commerce has become, global. According to the data report, there was 4.48 billion social media users around the world in July, representing almost 57% of the total global population. These figures suggest that more than 9 in 10 internet users now use social media. What this means is that a business or organization or a startup can reach a larger market using new media than relying on traditional analog media. In a recent report by the International Trade Administration, the current e-commerce spending in Nigeria is estimated at $12 billion and is projected to reach an impressive $75 billion in revenues per annum by 2025. This highlights the fact that e-commerce-based businesses are leading drivers of growth and diversification of Nigeria's economy. The sector is boosting the economy by increasing productivity, encouraging innovation, bettering knowledge management, educating customers, and driving finer shopping experiences. And I know that a lot of what I've been saying has been around e-commerce, but a digital economy goes beyond e-commerce, and activities like online shopping. It involves types of activities that include online auctions, payment gateways, online ticketing, and internet banking, some of which we're beginning to see, with the trains, the use of trains, for example, the online ticketing, the internet banking, which is like a staple with most of Nigerian banks, something that even the US hasn't quite figured out in their banking system. Online auctions, those are prevalent. And over the years, we have witnessed the rise of online payment platforms that have simplified payment processes and contributed to the easy flow of the economic process. Do you know how much quicker or how much business or commerce, is conducted? There's the fact that people can send money and receive money, as quickly as, transferring within 5 minutes. And that is something that, we do not talk a lot about in Nigeria. And I think that's like a really great thing. With globalization simultaneously expanding and contracting our world into one small technological village, it has become important for us to understand new media and its implication on the economy. It was in January, I think, it was estimated that there was a total of about 33 million social media users. And going by this number, it can be deduced that social media has a reach of individuals and businesses can leverage on that in building a digital economy. Now, I would say that I think the last speaker, I couldn't catch a lot of what he was saying, but I'd like to say that the digital economy is beyond, like I said earlier, e-commerce. It includes policy, regulation, infrastructure, digital service infrastructure, e-business, e-commerce. And I think, again, I'd like to point out that I think it was President Muhammadu Buhari's administration that put a document together called the National Digital Economic Strategy Plan for 2020 to 2030, about how to just drive the digital economy. And I think one of the focal points have been to build digital infrastructure. I understand the need for electricity infrastructure as well, in even getting our economy to function digitally or expand that possibility for current businesses and future businesses. As many will attest, innovation and regulation, especially in Nigeria at this time, they are not, innovation is faster than regulation. And, I think that the government and businesses and those that are driving innovation will have to find a sweet spot at some point, so that we manage ourselves, but yet still get to the goal of, of pushing the digital economy while regulating it for people that, in the interest of Nigerian citizens. I guess that's what I should say. I should also mention that, using analytics, social media, and other digital platforms, people are able to expand their businesses. They're able to do a lot much more than, what was previously allowed, um, um, was previously allowed and was previously, everybody allowed, your parents to do, or ask everybody allowed your parents, everybody allowed and your parents accepted that you could do with your life. For example, the position I hold in government didn't exist about 15 years ago. It wasn't even something to be heard of, But again, the internet has just opened a lot of ways and new ways for different people and different opportunities abound. And I'm thankful that for this opportunity to speak. I do hope I've done justice to the topic, but I hope that you'll understand that, or you would have come to, I'm sorry, you would have come to the conclusion, like I have, that the digital economy is going to go forward, whether anybody likes it or not. Everybody just needs to shape up on the side of government, regulation, and policy, and on the side of the people, just pushing so that a lot more people, a lot more of Nigeria's population can get on board and, turn around the fortunes of their family. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ibilola Essien, Mrs. Harry Azum. All right.
I'm sorry, what?
We have a couple of questions. I'll just try to make them two questions.
Okay.
I'll just patch through to you two questions, Max, for want of time.
Okay.
I believe you're okay with taking questions.
Yeah, let's hope so.
So the first question comes
Right.
through.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, very awesome speech there. My name is Rume Ofi, and I'm a digital market analyst with Channels TV. I'm a crypto enthusiast.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm a blockchain consultant as well. These are my few questions. You spoke about this current government being involved with digital economy and trying to help a few things there. Side by side, your take on new media. A few months ago, the vice president came up on social media, Twitter precisely, and told us that digital economy is not what this present government wants to stifle. That is to say, they support cryptocurrency innovations, digital asset innovations, but we find out that nothing is being done right about now. And also, as we're speaking, Twitter is still banned in Nigeria. What is the way forward? Thank you.
Okay, can I go ahead and respond? Thank you so much for your question. So, yes, the vice president did say that he and the president are, they push, for things around increasing or improving the digital economy for Nigeria. As regarding the crypto issue, all I'm going to say is that for whatever innovation that there is, the government does have a responsibility to regulate the space, especially that has to do with funding and transactions and stuff. But, and I think I mentioned earlier that one just needs to find a sweet spot where we protect the Nigerian people. I do not presume to speak, please don't get me wrong, I do not presume to speak for the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is an independent organization. I do not speak for them, and I speak as a person, I'm not speaking for the government, in saying that, we just need to find a sweet spot that protects Nigeria while also advancing the digital economy. And as regards the Twitter shutdown, Twitter is one social media channel. And if a minister or the Nigerian government feel like there's something that needs to be addressed. I think that, well, everyone has to abide with that. But again, just to call your attention, the Twitter is just one social media channel. It is not the entirety of the internet or internet usage in Nigeria. We have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have loads of apps where people are still conducting businesses and transactions and commerce every day. If there's an issue with Twitter, the Ministry of Communications and Information, I'm sure are addressing it and working towards the resolution of the issue. Yes.
Thank you very much. Is there any other question? Just one more question. Okay. We have the final question.
Thank you very much for a fantastic presentation. My name is Senator Ihenyen, and just so you're sure, it's a first name, not a title. I'm the president of the Stakeholders in Blockchain Technology Association of Nigeria, and my question is this. We have listened very recently to the Minister of Information, I think Honorable Ali Mohammed, mention the risk and threats that social media and all that new media portend if not regulated. And then out from nowhere, just in the middle of the Twitter crisis, the information minister did not miss the opportunity to send more like an order to the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, over the urgent need to quickly regulate over the top companies, OTT companies. Now, some of us are very keen when it comes to policy development in the country, and we realize that when it comes to building a vibrant, robust economy, we need to be consistent when it comes to regulation policy, because these things directly and indirectly, affect the FDI that comes into the country, especially when you consider that telecommunications is one of those sectors of the economy that is really giving a lot to the GDP. Now, how do you reconcile the position of Lai Mohammed with the position of the NCC, which is already documented in an NCC policy document, which states clearly that in terms of OTT regulations, the regulations will come at so time. It was stated in the documents. And then from nowhere, a minister says, this is when you have to now do it. How do we reconcile this with the Vice President's vision for a true digital economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And maybe perhaps the name is more than just a name. Perhaps someday it'll become a title as well. So yeah, I must say that if you say you're interested in policy, then you would know that there are usually different levels to arriving at a policy. The different consultations that you have to do, the different people you have to meet at whatever level you are. Once you're involved in policy, it's never I decide, because it's not a monarchy. It's not an autocratic society. So you don't decide in somebody. There are levels to engaging in putting out a policy. And I think that that applies to whatever you think is going on with certain policies. But you also said something about regulation and social media regulation. I think it was an article I read the other day about, I think somewhere in Europe, I don't know if it's Germany, some European countries, and some of the social media regulations, that they've been proposing to their legislature, which is at one point, one of them even asking for a group of their countrymen to have back-end access, to whatever platform people want to use in their country, so they're able to monitor what is going on. You are at a certain age, and I'm of a certain age, and we still probably have parents who will say, "What are you doing on the phone there? You're wasting all your time there." People are allowed, at whatever age, to have opinions on how and the usage of social media. People are using social media to make money, but you also know that people are also using social media for fraud. People are using social media for terrorist-related activities. People are using social media for things that are not wholesome. And anything that involves a huge number of people, that involves, Nigerians and protecting Nigerians, government has the responsibility to regulate that space. Now, people will say, "Oh my God, this isn't." I always say that instead of complaining, get involved. Because if there's about to be a regulation of any space, you as a citizen of Nigeria, you are important and your voice is important. You must stand up and want to be part of that regulation. Listen to what they have to say, and they will listen to what you have to say. And then you bring up a policy, or you're able to be part of shaping a policy, that is going to be instrumental to future things. And I've said before, innovation is going faster than regulation. Maybe they've gotten to a point they're about to regulate something, and something else happens, and something has moved again, something has shifted again, and government now is like, "Oh my God, we have to go back to the drawing board. We have to do all that." I know that some things are not palatable, and some things just appear like, oh, they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. I think that if the end of the game, I'm sorry, not end of the game, if the end reason for government is protection, then we must allow them to do their jobs, but not, and if we insist that some things are wrong, then speak up and be part of the process. I would say that anything that you're not happy with, anything that you think, is adverse to what you think, and you have to understand that what you think and what some other people think sometimes are radically different. Sometimes people are, they're pushing their interests, or they're working for some interest group or the other. But at the end of the day, point is, make sure that you speak up about something that has to do with your country. But one thing I can tell you for free is that anything that affects the Nigerian people at scale, the federal government does have a responsibility to regulate. But the thing with NCC and the minister, I'd say that, give it time. Policy requires a lot more than utterances.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Ibilola Essien. And warm regards.
Not Mrs. Not Mrs. Just Miss. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry, I missed that, Miss. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Our warm regards to the Vice President, who seemed to be loud, sustained, yet lone voice in pushing for regulations. Thank you one more time.
I need to correct that. He's not a lone voice. The entire federal government is pro digital economy. Okay. He's not alone. He's part of the federal government.
All right. Our warm regards to him all the same.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, bye.
Okay. Bye.
All right. To draw the curtain of today's beautiful outing is the second panel discussion, and the discussion will center on ownership and transfer of digital assets, i.e. wills and benefits, non-fungible tokens, and the likes. And to discuss this, as panelists are from TPG Hub, please welcome Aja Chukwemeka. He's not so big in size, so give him a big applause to, cover for the size. You're welcome. And also do welcome from FTX, Adebayo Juwon. Last but certainly not the least, you know that he's very engaging with the way he engaged one of the speakers. Please welcome from Haglex, Samsticks, Samuel Joseph. Are you angry that I said you're engaging? Okay. Gentlemen, you're welcome to this second panel discussion. We're going to keep it as brief as we possibly can because we're supposed to leave here 3:10 marks, and I want to achieve that timing. So let me quickly go straight to you, Aja Chukwemeka. Let me quickly go straight to you. Digital assets, ownership and transfer. Take us through that journey very briefly, and right after that, dovetail to what happens to your digital assets, okay, when you pass on, and finally, is transfer of digital assets ownership guaranteed?
Can we take them one after the other, please?
Okay. All right, let's take them one after the other, but just keep them very, very brief. Thank you.
All right. Because we're talking about, we're here for, let me relate it to blockchain. Allow me, please permit me to relate it to blockchain. All right, now, if possibly, I want every one of us to celebrate the internet. We can't talk about the digital without the internet because he had paved the way for us to talk about the digital assets. Now, if we're talking about the digital asset, it simply means everything that is being valuable in the internet or online, anything in digital form. When you talk about digital form, it means something you can actually touch physically or you can feel, like something you can just hold and say, okay, this is a tangible thing for feeling. All right. Now, when you relate it to the blockchain, in terms of the second question now comes in when we talk about is the will and transfer of this digital asset. Now, for you to have actually mentioned an asset, that means it has a value.
True.
Okay. And for you to talk about something that has a value, that means it should be able to be transferable. Okay. Meaning you can be passed. Like, let me use this building for example. Now, if you say this is an asset, that means it should be what is transferable. So a digital asset is also like a physical asset, but in the digital form, which can be transferable. And what makes it transferable is because of the ownership. So there must be an owner of a particular asset. So when there is an owner, then there is a possibility and there is a sure way of transferring, which is ownership is transferable. That was a question. So that is it. So you asked the third question again.
Yeah, the third question is transfer of digital assets and ownership. Is it guaranteed to the next of kin?
Yes, it is guaranteed. And let me use the blockchain as a case study. You know, one of the things I like about the blockchain is the open source.
Okay.
Okay, which means everything on the platform is transparent. You can see it from one end to the another end. You can track it. You can trace it. Okay. So when you put up an asset and on it you will it to someone. And when the person grows up, let me use for example, personally I've started buying lands on the metaverse using their manners and other cryptocurrencies. Now you can see I have already started creating an account for the children unborn. So, and I've started preparing for them that in the future, when they grow up, they can have access to these things. Thank you.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for Mr. Aja Chukwemeka. I'd like to come to you, some stakes. The ownership and inheritances in centralized platforms against decentralized platforms as it relates to this conversation. Can you take us through it?
All right, thank you very much. So Satoshi, whoever he is, who knows, he might even be here, right? Because there are a lot of smart Nigerians out there, and Satoshi might just be one of them sitting in here. So when he built Bitcoin, he wanted crypto as a whole, but starting with Bitcoin, to be private, be personal, right? You only have access to your digital assets. That was the initial goal. But sadly, we're not going to have large-scale adoption with that. Human beings are not that smart, right? So you want people to have their, you want people to be responsible. Human beings were not built that way, right? They always want to blame somebody. Okay, they always want to blame somebody. Okay, why did your regime not do well in office? It was the previous administration. Right, people want to blame, take back the blame somewhere. So I have $2,000 worth of this crypto, right? But I don't want to have that responsibility of having the private keys. They want to depend on a platform or on a platform so that they can recover their password and all. So unfortunately, Satoshi's vision cannot fully come into play for large-scale adoption. So that is why we're talking about ownership both in centralized platform and decentralized platform. But I've already tipped a bit about decentralized platforms because those are platforms where you have your private keys, right? No one has access to your account except you. And the day you lose your private keys, they are gone. Right, but of course with smart contracts like the other gentleman was talking about, you can have a platform where you can use smart contracts and just use biometric also. Thank God we have stuff like BVN and the rest, where okay, if this BVN right is inserted into this smart contract, right, and a certain amount of token is sent into that smart contract, and so data matches, it matches the BVN, matches fingerprints. Most phones have fingerprints nowadays. Then we can release the assets, right? So pending when that is done, right, there's an option of centralized platform where the next of kin or whoever it is can apply for those assets to be transferred, right? But before that happens, there's something that happened to gold in 1971. Hope that was the year. That was the year gold lost its standard of being the reserved currency. Now, I have, in quotes, a fear that something like that will happen to Bitcoin in the next couple of years, where most of the Bitcoins that are available in the markets will be held by big centralized entities and bodies. And then they'll be able to control the market the same way they controlled Bitcoin. And then we're going to see banks at that time. It's going to happen. Your banks will send you emails telling you can now store your crypto in the bank. Right. So when that happens, it's going to be even more easier to move your assets, the asset that you have. Let's say someone passes on. It will be more easier to move the asset at that time, because the bank has full custody of your crypto assets, right? So moving your assets to your siblings or whatever at that time will be way easier. But at this stage, it's quite difficult, right? There are little innovations around that area, most especially in the decentralized part. It's really, really difficult to get that done because countries around the world are recently just moving into the digital space. Nigeria just started, having this whole national ID compulsory stuff, right? In places like Dubai, where everyone has Emirates ID, it's easier, right? So, but in Africa, it's going to be harder because there is no easy centralized way to tag people, right? We don't have people's phones linked to their NIN. We don't have people's NIN linked to their maybe cars, right? If I get your NIN, can I know everything about you? Can you come to the entrance of this hotel, slot your NIN card, and then we will now know, okay, you have so and so property here and there. And so, pending when we can fix identity problem and management is going to be a major issue in the centralized part. And then decentralized part is a much, much bigger issue. But it's solvable. With smart contracts, you can easily move assets once they meet some certain criteria.
All right, thank you very much. Let me come to you, Joel. We've been hearing NFTs. What are NFTs? How valuable are they? And then, secondly, what are the connections between NFTs and cryptocurrencies?
So NFTs are non-fungible token. Right? We're currently in a NFT era where it's quite popular. If you don't know what NFT is in the crypto space, you're probably in the stone age of it. So mostly we find out that a lot of art has been digitalized, where you can actually sell, buy or sell some aspect of it, right? You can mint, you can buy, you can transfer, right? So mostly we have digital NFTs. A couple of them, like the ape NFTs, which sells for, I think, millions of dollars and things like that. But it's quite encouraging to see that artists, when I talk of artists, painters, actually snapping pictures of their work and posting them as NFTs, which is also doing pretty good. So you don't really have to have a gallery, to sell your art. You can actually just tokenize them and put them on the blockchain. We have OpenSea. You have a couple of these NFT platforms where you can actually go on to mint, to buy or sell, to do whatever it is you want to do with your NFT. So talking about the value of NFT, value actually it's in the eye of the beholder. When I see a digital print of what is called NFT and someone is paying $40 million for it, well, it's what's really valuable to you. Right? I can't pay $10 for what someone else is paying $1 million for. So what really brings values to this thing is actually the community, the hype behind the particular NFT, the particular art. So most of these NFTs are quite limited, so which makes it even more valuable. And then when you have a lot of influencers, a lot of top guys in the space going after a limited copy of what the product is, of course, it's going to go to the highest bidder. I've seen quite a lot of beautiful NFTs selling for less than 0.5 so, and you have some pretty much ugly ones selling for millions of dollars. So which really shows that it's what the community put value to, not what you personally think it's worth. All right, so the correlation between NFTs and then crypto, it's blockchain, right? Crypto is on blockchain, NFTs on blockchain. I think the most popular one is using Ethereum, right, on OpenSea to bid for your NFTs, right? So you can't really do without crypto when it comes to NFT marketplace. You use crypto to buy them, either using Solana, using USDT, or using Ethereum, right? So I don't think there's a marketplace where you use fiat to buy NFTs. So that's where these two products comes hand in hand.
Okay, if I should chip in this last question, what should an NFT buyer or collector examine or be on the lookout for to acquire an NFT asset?
Yeah, so recently I started to do an experiment. I've been in the space, a lot of NFT craze, a lot of people making millions out of it, and I said, okay, let me give this a shot. So I minted my first NFT the last week or so, just to have a feel of it. And the floor price went 80% down. These things were looking beautiful, but it's not going up, it's not moving, right? So what you should look out for is the hype, honestly, right? If it's not what you really value, and you really want to make money from it, then you have to go for the hype. If not, then that thing really must mean something to you. There are deliverables, the ones that you can buy and they deliver to your address, and there are some that they're just permanently on the blockchain. So if it goes to zero, you still own it, right? So like I said, you really have to follow what the community is saying about the particular NFT project.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I can take max 2 questions. I think I still have about 7 minutes to bring this session to a close. Not the panel discussion now, the entire event. So if you have a question from the floor, you can signify and I'll receive you. Okay, in the absence of any question, I'd like to thank you, gentlemen, very much. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Ajay Chukwemeka. Thank you, Samstek. Please put your hands together for this fine gentleman for helping us bring day 1 of Cyberchain 2021 to a beautiful close. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget that the NFT wall for photography is still out there, just by the foyer. You can take advantage of it. Also, do not forget that the exhibitors are still here. They're there for you to come see and understand what services they have to offer. Digital Encode is there, TradeFadder, Zinochrome, Binance, Bitmama, Red Swan, FTX, A&D Forensics, Bulldogs, Haglex, NCC, and the rest. If I didn't remember to mention any exhibitor, pardon me. We'd also like to thank all the partners, the sponsors, media partners. You've pretty much appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is the grand finale. Tomorrow is the grand finale of Cyberchain 2021. If you thought today was explosive, tomorrow will be even far more explosive. This has been your MC, Isioma Ibigwe, acting as your compare. It is time for me to hand the mic back to the convener. Please put your hands together for this awesome man who has put all of this together. Even though he's protesting that I shouldn't do that, I am very stubborn and I'm doing it. Mr. Jude Uzinegbe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I really appreciate your time. Thank you for sitting for long hours to listen to the various speakers. Thank you for allowing them come into your minds, because when you listen to people, they don't just speak to you, they actually take a bit of what they know or what they have and deposit in your minds. Thank you so much, really appreciate you. The MC has given a very good closing remarks. I will not waste your time any further. I just want to quickly talk about the hackathon we are having tomorrow. Please, the contestants, if you are here, can you please stand up? Can you quickly stand up if you are in the hall? We have a few of them. Some came from the north, from Mina. Some came from far, the western states. Just wave so they see you. Wave, wave so they see you. These are the guys contesting tomorrow. So they'll be having cybersecurity hackathon. They are going to be here. We need you to please come. It's a new experience we are bringing into the space. We need you to please come and support them. There will be lots of prizes. The first prize is 500,000 naira. Second prize is 300,000 naira. The third prize is 200,000 naira. And we have smartphones for the fourth and fifth places. These are the teams. You will see them working and we'll project what you're doing. We need you to come understand what we mean by cybersecurity hackathon. The hackathon is actually called Cyberton. That is cybersecurity hackathon. We will not talk much about it today. Guys, please, you can sit down. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate you. Some of them had to travel 2 days from the north to get here by road. So we appreciate them. And majority of them, in fact, all of them are students. They have gone through the cloud-based task. They went through that task in October. And they're going to be having the physical task here tomorrow. It's going to be a very interesting engagement. Please, and please, please tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell people to come and see what's going on. We also want to appreciate all our sponsors. You can see them: NCC, Digital Encode, TradeFadder, Zinochrome, Bitmama, Binance, Red Swan, AD Forensics, FTX, Before you go, if you've visited their booths before and you didn't have enough time to engage them, please go again. They have some gifts for you. They have some merchandise for you. If you have not picked one or two, go, you will see some of the merchandise. Speak for yourself. We have beholders that spoke from Singapore. We have Hargolex and a whole lot of them. Please visit them. We also have University of Nicosia. If you want to study blockchain and digital currency, there's a stand there. We have AD Forensic, like I said. If you want to learn cybersecurity, please go there. We have CBA stakeholders in Blockchain Association Nigeria, which is the group where most of us belong. Go there so you learn how to belong to communities. Nobody rises alone. No tree makes a forest. So don't stand alone. Communities like this help to build. There's someone here that got a very fantastic job 2 years ago by attending this event in 2019 or even 2018. So you never can tell. Some of these companies you see here, they need marketers, they need social media managers, they need programmers, they need cybersecurity experts. So as you come, visit them, engage them. Then some of the people you see sitting here, they also have startups. They need partners. You can partner with somebody. To partner with someone is not just for you to bring money. You can share ideas. You put your ideas together, put your thoughts together, and you can get someone to fund your startup. This event you are seeing started by just an idea. And today we are seeing you guys coming from far and wide, and we appreciate you. So please make it a date tomorrow, 10 a.m. we kick off again, and we'll try not to push beyond 3 p.m. With thanks to the Lagos State government, the Lagos State Eco-Safety, which are the safety marshals for COVID-19. They've been around checking to make sure that we are safe, and we also try to do social distancing so that you are also safe. So thank you. We appreciate you. We are grateful. And for those watching online, we also appreciate you. Thanks for sending your questions. Thanks for staying with us. Nigeria belongs to each and every one of us, and this economy belongs to all of us. We must make it work. We stay here. We're not dying here. We stay here and we work it out. And we are going to benefit from it eventually. Thank you very much, and I'm done speaking. So please take pictures, go around, post, and enjoy yourselves before you go. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Alicia Little. Alicia Little is the founder and CEO of POW Social, Jamaica and USA. Alicia is a certified business coach who holds regular sessions with international business coaches like Brian Tracy, Les Brown, and many others. She is most known for helping startups go from zero to millions of US dollars in their online businesses. She has trained thousands of people across the globe and has a 20-year track record of experience as an online entrepreneur. She will be speaking at the Cyberchain 2021 on the topic, Exporting Nigeria's Digital Solutions to the World. Date, 19th to 20th November 2021. Venue, Oriental Hotel, Victoria Island, Lagos. Attendance is free, but physical audience must comply by all COVID-19 protocols. Cyberchain will stream live on YouTube. To register, visit www.cyberchain.com.ng.